The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, don't forget to hit that like button on the way in.
The dog game is dying.
Let's
talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
Let me give my big shout outs to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there in the Shark Tank. Yo, my peeps out there in the back street. What up? Y'all know what time it is. It's Talk Shit Tuesday. See who my people is out there representing in the house tonight. Like, try to get this out the way early. My man, Bloodthirst #1, a.k.a. Havoc 360 in the house. What up, fam? Bite down and shake that like button. The one and only Double M Tesbo in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man. Representing the D, my man Chico Nicholas in the house. What up, fam? Shreveport, my man Mike in the house representing hometown Shreveport in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. John Dembry. What up, fam? Big shout out and salute to my man, Mr. Paul Johnson. What up, fam? Could have swore I seen my boy in the house. Happy birthday to all my Marines out there. Especially my man, Pit Dog Simplified, baby. And a big shout out to all the veterans. And then everybody who served, big shout out today. It's supposed to be our big day. So big shout out. Happy birthday to all my Marine Corps brothers, which is yesterday, and then to all my veterans. Special day today for representation. We don't put enough emphasis on that shit. I try not to get too political about it, but not everybody does that. Not everybody, put their life on the line to go represent their country. And see exactly what it is that you put yourself through just to be able to do that. I swear, if I'd have known what I known about them now, I think I probably would have went to the Air Force. I'd have took, the easy way out. But no, I wanted to be hard-headed and tough. Took my dumb ass right into the Marines. But I wouldn't pass it up for nothing in the world. It was a great learning experience, and it played a major part in how I live my life. So I'm pretty sure every one of us got something good or bad out of it. But, you got to appreciate them because at least they took the risk. You know what I'm saying? And the one thing I can't stand is the fact that they got to ask for donations to take care of. That part they should be taken care of regardless. I just feel like that's first priority one. But it's been like that for quite some time. I just hope one day when things, get to a point to where you need your military, they're going to always, with no questions asked, be up and out there putting their lives on the lines. I just think it should be held to the utmost respect. So big shout out on a special day. I'm going to give a big shout out to my man, Bracio. Appreciate your service, sir. Appreciate your service. Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. Being today is one of them Veterans Days. I felt like conditioning, goes hand in hand. I hear a lot of people talk about conditioning. And I always looked at conditioning as an art. And I'm going to tell you why I looked at it as an art. Because you got to have certain, you got to have your tools. You got to be creative. You got to be dedicated, disciplined. And you got to kind of have an understanding of what you want when this, art is done. When the painting's done, what are you looking to find? When you want other people and you see, how other people feel about what you've done and how you feel about what you've done in the end. Because in the end, when it comes down to dealing with, pictures, you put them on the wall, people are either going to like them or they're not going to like them. But then we have a lot of great paintings and we all might have our different views about that painting, but it's the same single old painting. But it definitely did what it was supposed to do. It got your attention. And that's what conditioning does. When you're dealing with conditioning of these great dogs, I speak of game American Pit Bull Terriers. It is an art. A lot of people claim that they can do it. There's a lot of different keeps out there for people to take notes from and all that. But it's different. I mean, you can write it down and you can talk about it. You can read it. But until you do it, you'll never get the full understanding of what you have to put toward that painting. Because you can take a whole bunch of people's shit, and try to do something, but it's someone else's. Not every dog is the same. As you experience this thing we call conditioning, you will notice that you will have a tendency of seeing things just a little bit different. And that in some cases has over history has made some guys better. When I say better, I mean they may have learned one way, but then they were able to execute things a different way, which made their existing keep better. How do you know? Because they have the results. The results will put you in a situation to where you know whether you're completing your task and your painting and your sculpture, that work that you put in is worthy of A plus grading, or you can look at your conditioning and look at your program and find faults in it, because that's one thing that you're going to learn as you're going through this process and becoming a great conditioner. You're going to have to learn to see your faults. That's first and foremost. Learn to see and correct your faults, because there's not too many people who can get out there and do anything for the first time and become great. You might do it for the first time and find yourself to be exceptional because you're able to do something that, very seldomly, very few people do. But then when you put yourself in that category or that certain situation, you will find that you're not the only one who can do what you're doing. And there's others who've been doing a lot longer than you are, and you got to step your game up just to be on their level. And that's the way this dog game was. And in the process of that, you learned pretty much from what you've seen, because that's where you're going to basically get, an ideal of, okay, I like that. I want to try that. Most of the time when you first starting, you just have to, that's when you're using someone else's, you're getting a general ideal. That's the key. You want to have a general ideal. The problem with general ideals is every conditioner has a different general ideal, the way you're doing things. So I always felt like if you were going to pick, somebody to keep that you wanted to follow behind, first thing you want to do is block out everything else you learn. Just forget about everything you learn, and you take that one keep that you're working with, and you let that be your foundation of what you start from, to where you can at least have a general ideal of what it takes to put one in shape. I think that part is, where a lot of people fall off. Because you took in a little bit of from somewhat everybody else throws in there, and each keep is, each and everyone has their own specific way and reasoning why they do things and how they do things. And so you can't really just start combining a bunch of things that people do and think that you're going to get the same results of the person who originally and initially done it. So I always feel like the best way of learning a keep is just pick one. Put your research in and then just pick one. And forget everything else you learn and just go by what you got right there. I think Schoolboy had a good keep. I seen somebody use one of a Schoolboy keep in a confirmation show and did good. And that's a plus, because that's a verification of somebody saying, I did exactly what he said do, and this is his results. Now, as that person gets better, that keeps going to get better, because they're going to be able to have an understanding and be able to critique. Be able to critique what they're doing and even get even better results, because remember, every dog is not the same. But as long as you have the foundation and the format, or just a general ideal, it does work out. See, I'm one who believes in consistency. How do you know when a keep is good? Well, we've had a lot of great conditioners. It's been a lot of them. And they all had their special way of doing things. Believe it or not, they all had their special way of doing things. And then it's not like they can tell you everything. Because it's like the breeding. You know, you would think that why would people have to lie on papers, or why did they lie in the early days? We give them the excuse, you know, we let them have this one here, you know, because they didn't want everybody to know their original sauce. Okay, so I'm giving them that one. Well, they do the same thing and when they was out selling keeps. Generally read a keep and it basically tells you everything to do, but it don't never tell you what to do or what to expect when things start going wrong. You know, I've read a lot of keeps and not too many of them include when you start seeing this, then that means you're doing too much of that. You know, it's not getting detailed into what you really need to be doing. And so those things lead to imperfection, faults. And that's why I started out by telling you, you got to be able to stop and look at your product, your art, as you're putting it together, and be true to yourself on what you see. Are they blowing hot early? Are they not recovering fast enough? I'm this far in. Is it, you know, they're getting real sluggish, didn't work as hard, you know, instead of increasing in the work, they're declining in the work. All these little things that it's not going to be written in the book on how to correct it or how to prevent it. And I think that when you talk about conditioning, you know, it can be a tricky road to go down, because if you're not doing your research and learning not just one keep, but a couple different keeps. And I say that by, don't put it to the work. Try to just grab the keeps and find out what they all had in common. You know, some people do a lot of walking. Some people do a lot of treadmill and walking and weight pulling. There's all these different things that a lot of people, a lot of great conditioners did that was different. But the thing was, what did the dogs look like in the end? You know, you hear you're working them too much. But the keep said, I'm supposed to do it like this. Okay, but for that dog, you're working it too much. You know, sometimes you have to adjust your workouts to your animal. The thing is, they can't tell you when they're feeling bad. They can't tell you when their pads is hurting or they was tugging a little bit, you know, and damaged a little ligament or something, or stressed out they stifle on the spring pole, snatching them back. You know, you see that little limp now when you start doing your run, or they on the treadmill, you see a little limp, don't know where it comes from. You got to be able to see these type of things, or instead of seeing them happen, you know, next time you try to prevent it from happening, because just like everything, once you have a injury, that's a setback. You can't pretend like you're going to work through the injury, because you're not going to get what you expect in the end, because you're having to deal with something that you weren't prepared for, which is going to take time to be dealt with correctly. You just don't do it and say they're going to work through it, because working through it causes more damage. But we all in this game sit back and we know a lot of, you know, I hear people talk about the breeding programs, and, you know, even some talk a little about the conditioning. But it's important to speak on, because whether you're, you know, confirmation showing, or back in the day when we were boxing these dogs, Man, you never knew, what you was going to run into, how long you was going to be there, you know. And I hear people talk about you work a dog and it loses his mouth and all these little things. And I don't knock them for that kind of shit because I don't know, their way of thinking. That's why you let people have those type of things, because as you get better at what you're doing, you're going to notice there's certain things, if you're trying to keep your mouth, there's certain things that you don't need to be doing. For me, I don't ever think you should have to have a dog. How do I put this? A dog is going to bite hard because it want to bite hard. That's why I look at it. A dog is going to bite hard because he wants to bite hard. Now, being a trainer, and even dealing with these bulldogs, we have ways of hyping them up. They'll work and work and work, and we got them tied into it, doing what they're doing, and they all into it. But you let them just stand there and just let them work on their own. And then try to take something away from them and then watch how they go nuts. Now, what I'm expecting, because I don't have a bite meter, I know that it's a difference when I got my dog just hanging on that high, working that high the way they want to, compared to when I want them to work or when I want them to bite hard. See, if I talk to them or act like I'm trying to take something away from them, that grip gonna get a lot tighter. And why is it getting tighter? Because the dog don't want me to take something from it. So his intensity is going to increase, which means his bite, his attitude, the way he starts backing away and he starts shaking and going a little, how these dogs can get. But that's all on the dog. That's just another way of my way of looking at, when you want your dog to bite hard, then this is one of the ways that you keep doing these things, that when you can tell him, bite. I don't need the toy no more. All he got to hear is me say it. And he's going to start biting harder. Why? Because he's used to doing what I tell him to do when he hears that. He might start biting and do the same thing that he usually do with the rag or the hide. He'll hear it and he'll just start just because he heard something he's used to. So that's why I always felt like, dog gonna bite hard when he want to bite hard, but you can encourage that biting hard. So does conditioning cause him to lose that? I don't know. I just never had one that we felt like that we was losing our mouth at any point. Big shout out to my brother out there, Pit Dog. He said, don't thank a soldier or a vet for their service, because all soldiers or veterans really want is for you to be an American worth fighting for. Hey, bro, very well said. Very well said. I had a guy today while we speaking on that. I was standing in the store fitting to buy me some lunch. The guy walked up to me and he said, hey, man, you served in the Marines? I said, yeah. And he said, thank you for your service. And you've been here, you hear that all the time. Because me, I represent. Got to the counter and the dude paid for my lunch. And I thought that was very, I was real kind of like thrown off by it, because, that's the kind of shit I be talking about when, people just go out of their way and just do things. I mean, he stepped right up and said, no, I'm going to take care of him. So can't help but respect people who find it in their hearts to do things that they don't have to do, but then they respect you for the things that you do. I just think we don't have enough of them type of people. We got some out there, but we need more. But that just thought I'd throw that out there because I thought that's what my boy Pit Dog was saying is true. Not everybody's like that. We just need more. Big shout out to my man, the War Eagle, Yard Boy, aka Eli Monster. What up, fam? He said conditioning means a lot. Certain animals need different temperatures. My Eli, our dogs, are only for cold weather. Just being honest. I heard a couple of people, think that, you could get advantages. The weather was always an advantage or a disadvantage. I think that's true. But if I'm in a cold area and I say I'm going south. So I'm speaking this is for historical purposes only. Most of the time, in the winter months, if we worked during the winter, we stayed in the winter conditions. And that's being straight up. Most of the time, when we worked during the winters, we stayed in the colder areas. Now, I did have some back in the day that was coming out of Florida up north. And I'm talking about January, February, and that them cold days up in that joint up north. And them warm weather dogs wasn't, they couldn't deal with that cold. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't. It's almost like they was dealing with different dogs. To take one, for instance, is when Nico went into IBM. Nico was not the same dog when he went into IBM. But Nico was coming from the warm state of Puerto Rico. So yeah, did that make a difference? Hell, when we traveled, we did the same thing. We went from the cold to Puerto Rico. Didn't have the same dog. So does weather make a difference? Yeah, hell yeah, weather makes a difference. But then you learn a lot of that. That's just, you got to learn that, over based on experience. That's not something that if somebody had told me, don't do it because you leaving from the cold going into that warm area. Because when we left Ohio, it was cold as hell. And we got to Puerto Rico and had to come out. Didn't have no reason to wear a jacket. Actually, we was wearing t-shirts and shit. No jackets, straight polo shit. So did that have a lot to do with it? Nah. I think if weather had anything to do with it, we couldn't really tell because I think just the traveling, the way we traveled, had a lot more to do with it than I would ever say the weather. But I have seen dogs come from the south up north during them cold months, and it was just terrible. But whether it's hot or cold, the conditioning part doesn't change. I mean, you want to be one to get out there and put in that work in the cold, you get out there. You know what I'm saying? Because we was definitely putting dogs in shape during the cold and was getting out there. But then that also helped you utilize, your tools a lot better. You know what I'm saying? You have to be able to utilize them tools and be able to work around and get the same results regardless of what that weather trying to give you. So let me see here. I want to give a big shout out to the Insane Honey Badger. What up, fam? Yo, Pitwise, Kennels, Simplified fam. I see you. Hellraiser Gene Lewis in the hills. What up, fam? Chief Aboriginal in the house. What up, fam? Let me see here. My man Insane Honey Badger said dogs definitely work at a different paces and speed once you master the Pacific dog's work type. I have 3 average pace and in barnstormings. Yeah. I think as you raise these dogs over a certain time period, you know, the conditioning is almost like picking the weight, you know, like picking weights. You know, picking a weight can be a very hard task, even in the confirmation section of this, because like I said, when we went judge that show, I seen great dogs that was conditioned very well, you know, but, you know, I'm looking at it like, and I said this a couple shows ago, if not this last show, confirmation is different than box dogs. You know what I'm saying? Always, like, we've had a couple, you know, times where people brought in them little powerhouse, little muscle head, you know, low to the ground. And if you look at Brad, look how tall. I mean, looking at her next to Mayday, you would have thought Brad was a big dog. But Brad was a 36-pound dog, y'all. You know what I'm saying? 36, 37, I believe. But look at her. And so you imagine them little bitty powerhouses coming in, dealing with a long range, crazy, hard mouth, you know, piece of destruction. I mean, we always kind of felt like, you know, pick up the pace, you know, we work for pace, fast pace. So we know for the first hour, we going all in, full go. Now, we ain't worried about no mouth. Don't really worry about what the hell they bringing, because whatever you're bringing, you still got to put up with this monster right here. You know, and not just Brett. Most of them were like that. Most of our fights was always short because of the type of dogs we were using and the condition they were in. Yet we, you know, plenty of times we don't came up to the scales, you know, where they would think there was no way that we could possibly be making weight. That dog looked big, but you know, they be on point. But that's because of the type of dogs that we had. And, you know, Mo and KP, they were good at picking weights. They were just good at it. Never, ever weighed out in our whole entire career. Never weighed out. You know, done picked up a couple forfeits for people being overweight. But as far as us paying forfeits for being overweight, we never had to worry about that. Never experienced it. So weight was being on point was always a key factor in what we were doing, because it's at that point we're trying to get the best out of our conditioning program. Our conditioning program says we have to get in and bring the best dog at this weight. And this is, you know, priority one. You know, there's a whole lot of things go wrong when you play it as close as we used to play it, because we worked, just, you know, we worked our dogs hard, you know, but in the same token, worked them to the point to where we wasn't burning them up and burning them out based on doing too much. Because it's not supposed to be about when you say too much, because it's supposed to be on a schedule. And you can generally tell when I think when you're doing too much is when your dog gets sluggish and he's not recovering. I feel like then that's too much. You should be able to see that and look back on what you did. And based on what you did, it might be something wrong. Because first conditioning, you got to have a healthy animal. Every blood got to be right. No worms. You want a very clean animal when you start a conditioning program. You don't want nothing that's going to cost you time and effort just wasted due to something they should have been taken care of before you got started. These things are important. And that's why we always talk about damn the pre-keep. Let's before you even get to a pre-keep, think about when you just raising a dog up from a puppy and the exercise and all the time that you spend with those little walks and those flirt poles. There's all the little things that you preparing your athlete prior to them even making it to the point where a pre-keep is even discussed. And that's just the fun of, raising these dogs, because regardless of what your purpose is, the one thing all of y'all should have in common is spending time with them, schooling them. I mean, all these things are part of the raising an American Pit Bull Terrier. I mean, you're already feeding and cleaning up your shit. I mean, I know you got to warm them. You got to take care of the fleas. You got to take care of their diet. All these things are so important that by the time you do hit even the pre-keep stage, it's like that's the beginning of a new experience, supposed to be the beginning of a new experience, because the big experience has yet to come. Big experience of when that very first day of keep really actually starts. And I always felt like the biggest controversy in buying a person's keep is breeding it and not really understanding why you're doing what you're doing. All dogs are different, even when it comes down to the feed. Now, unlike some people, our dogs always looked at like they were always in shape when they were on chains, because first of all, our dogs had a big chain space, but they still had big, heavy log chains on them, because if you wanted to run and move around, they were used to carrying that weight. And I think that's another thing that keeps them healthy. Those chains, people talk about them heavy chains. If you had a pit bull on a heavy chain and he was used to that chain, it would be nothing for you to just stand out there and watch that pit bull stand straight up and be holding that chain straight up off the ground, waiting for you to come over there. They'll stand up and just have that whole chain stretched out, standing up, waiting on you to get over there. Yeah, stop by here. Hold on. And to me, that always helped, because you was already dealing with a specimen prior to him, anything being done, just the regular walks, just the regular time you spend with them. But then they get a lot of chain work. And maybe that's the glory of having a big yard, because everybody, somebody was always moving on the yard. It's not, you could go out there and everybody be in the uproar and tell them all to shut up, and they'll all shut up and calm down. But then they're entitled to have their times where everybody can just go nuts. And so you already know how eating time was. Everybody knew, dogs have this internal clock that they already know every day what time they're supposed to be eating. If you're an hour late, they're going to let you know. If you're 5 minutes late, they're going to be, you hear the little whimpering out there. I hear you. I'll be there. Hold on. You don't run shit. No. Find myself talking to my dogs doing the same shit. And Lord knows when time go back, they don't understand time went back, but I got to readjust them. So it takes me about another 2-3 weeks for them to understand. No, time done went back, and you're still gonna be on the same schedule. So chill out. But yeah, conditioning is something that, man, I feel like, I'm not trying to sit here and give y'all keeps. I'm trying to get you to understand the importance of a keep, because I don't think people put enough emphasis on the actual, art of conditioning. Because, judging, just being able to judge dogs, not knowing how they condition the dog, but have dealt with many conditioned dogs. And you just could take a look at some of the pictures of our dogs, and you will see all our dogs carry this one thing about them. They had beautiful bodies. And those beautiful bodies would turn to even more beautiful bodies by the time they were at the end of their keep period. But they were pulled tight. You can see some of them in some of them pictures. That's not even match condition. That's chain. They look like that on the chain. You ought to see them when they in condition. Little powerhouses, but they were big powerhouses. They were, I think heavy boned or light boned, and I guess that weight was distributed out over their bigness. And again, I take that to have a lot to do with the breeding program, because in the early days when we was dealing with our Eli dogs, they were just like Eli dogs. They were nice, compact dogs. They weren't the long, rangy ones. They was little compact powerhouses, pressure and blood, BA. They were all black dogs. And Piranha, yeah, I can't forget Piranha. They were just little, stocky, bulldogs. Just, what you would expect out of an Eli dog. And then when we went to the Rascal dogs, same thing. They were a little bigger, but they still had that. They didn't have that automatic powerhouse body. But they had that, by the time you got them conditions. Now, the thing about them black dogs, when you get them in conditions, you can basically see everything, every vein, everything that you could possibly imagine when you look at them. But they didn't have them big fat stifles. Like, they would be muscle stifles, but then most of those Eli dogs, they didn't have them big, thick, kind of stifles. The Rascal dogs, they were just a little bit different, because they had a little bit, they came in even, they look like little monsters sitting on a chain. What else did we mess with? I guess the red boy dogs. Cause y'all already know what the red boy dogs look like. Cause I mean, you can't get no more red boy than Amber and Pretty Mama. And Pretty Mama, as you look at her, you could tell. Look, she looked like a damn male. Look how big she looked. So I think the conditioning. I mean, and when you look at that, like that picture of Mama, that's Mama's chain weight. That's how she looked on the chain. So she was just one of she wasn't no short little stocky bitch. She was like a little she's kind of big. But you pulled her down, all that bigness turned into nothing but just raw straight muscle. And that's what I liked about that part of the red boy dogs, because boy, when you get them right, they look like they right. When you got the right one with everything else to put them in that position for competition, then those dogs were hard to beat. And if you look at the history of these dogs, history speaks for itself. Now, we put a lot of names to a lot of these dogs, but we also, over the years, and after years of doing this, you kind of know who's running what and what they running. And you kind of almost knew what to expect out of a Bulls or a Boleo or Boomerang. I mean, all these different dogs, we almost had an idea how they were, but that kind of shit didn't never really matter, because I never found myself at the scale asking anybody how that dog bred. These things just didn't matter. And to hear, to see how much emphasis is put on how a dog is bred now, it's funny, because back then, the only time that you was asking about how a dog is bred, I mean, is because you like something about that dog. And that goes to show you just how much we're in competition or around competition. You know what I'm saying? So competition wise, certain things just never really mattered. But even now, when you see, like I noticed during the confirmation show, after seeing so many dogs over the year, you could almost look at a dog and almost feel like, that dog right there look like it's a Boyle's dog. Or the one that I didn't know it was only in America bred dog. But it was funny because I was talking about that dog. Like, that looked like some Bakari shit. Not knowing. Because, Bakari posts his shit. And I swear I thought that dog looked like one of his dogs. And then for it to turn out to be, when Bakari called and said, hey, that was one of our dogs, I said, which one? That one? He said, yeah, how'd you know? I said, because it looked like one of your dogs. But great bodies, man. Great body, great attitude. And, it's just funny that I could, still look at a dog and know the person and be like, damn, his shit getting around like that, looking like that after all these years, he's still putting them together. So big shout out to Bakari, because those are the kind of things that help me explain my point. And that's not because Bakari bred the dog. It's because the way the dog looked that made me question who bred that dog. I've seen this before. Just so happened to be Bakari, only in America. But fellas, understanding this thing about this condition, as I bring it up as a point of reference. When you guys are out here, and I don't know. So I'm looking for my Shark Tank and my people out there, y'all to tell me, when you out here doing these dogs, whether regardless of competition or what, doesn't matter. It's whatever your purpose. How much is the conditioning program to your kennel? I mean, do you designate, like for me, when I think what's his name? I think Fergie, he was all right. But who was that? Oh my gosh. He just died. Damn. Give me some good conditioners out there. Come on, y'all help me out here. What was his name, man? Oh my gosh. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. I'll tell you a good one. My favorite. I can't believe it on the tip of my mouth too. My man Barney Five. Barney Five was a badass boy. Snooper Nat was pretty good too. Really good. But those to me are, and the reason because most people, if you, regardless of who if you didn't have a good program, there were just certain people you could just call and be like, yo, what's it going to cost you to get my dog right? I think Angel was a good one. There's been it's been a lot of them out there, but you don't hear about a lot of those guys keeps either. There's some people that had them keeps, they just keep them to themselves. And the only way you would even know about what they're doing, you would have to get close enough for them to even offer that kind of information to help you. See, keeps wasn't something that everybody was running around here trying to sell. For the ones who were selling them, they wasn't trying to give you everything. They sell it to you, but they never would give you the phone number to say, if you have any questions or problems, give me a call. Now, if it was anybody that would probably do that, would be Schoolboy, but I didn't see California Jack in his keeps and a number of other keeps that we was reading. They never really gave you that opportunity to call them if you had a problem. And that was something that we definitely had in our way coming up, is we had numbers to where we, something went wrong, or the dog, when things go wrong, when you first starting this, you be in a panic mode because you wasn't expecting this. They didn't tell you that. That's not on the paperwork. We didn't discuss this part. Well, yeah. Now that you at this part, those are them parts you never forget. Okay. So this is something I'm to be expecting if I'm doing the right thing. Well, why didn't you tell me that? Because first of all, you had to get there, for me to have to tell you. If you didn't make it there, then that means you was going to do something wrong. And I was going to be wondering, how come you didn't tell me about, the fall off on the, the 5th and 6th week when that weight started dropping. You ain't mentioned that. But most of the time when you start seeing that, feed staying the same, workouts is increasing, and all of a sudden, instead, you're starting to lose. Oh, don't panic. Remember, you're deeper into the keep, everything you're doing a lot more, you just make up for what you're doing. Don't stop what you're doing. Just give them more. Burn off. So those are the little things, that wasn't written on the paper, though. Let me see. Big shout out to my man, Student for Life Dog Training. What up, fam? I see you. Yeah, fam, we still rocking. Yo, my man, Mr. Johnny Rockets in the house. What up, fam? Johnny Rockets said, I'd like to hear from a confirmation show dog man. What work and feed they give their dogs for a show? That's, you know what? That's a good question. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Tim Jackson. Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. My man Tim said, salute my brothers. The T Florida Bama Kennels tagging in. Well, I see you, fam. Welcome to the Shark Tank. Hold on, let me take care of my people right quick. But y'all, look, I put that tag down there just in case anybody want to get up here and speak on this situation, because, you know, everything that I say about these dogs is based on our experience and how I be feeling about it. That don't make me right. But if you've done this and you've had the experience of understanding what it takes to do to put a dog in condition, and you like to just share your insights and how you started and some of the downfalls that you had along the way, them things definitely help. It always helps the next guy, because we're not here to criticize how and what you do. We're here to just make whatever you're doing better, because at least we're going to offer you the information to be better. And that's just based on our experience. I'm not going to say we were better than Barney Fife and nobody else. I'm just going to say that we took a little bit from what everybody did. Remember, again, we started out with a Ohio cast. I told you the story. That's where it all started at. Before I get into this, let me give my big shout out to RBG. Lone Wolf in the house. What up, fam? Talk of the City Kennels. What up, fam? I see you. Remember, it started with my man, Ohio Cash. Big shout out to my man, Mayhem Kennels. What up, fam? Jason here is representing the 504. J-Mo, what up, fam? I think I got that right. Unleashed. You're right. Barney Fife was a bad boy. You know, he was one of my all-time favorites. But Ohio Cass, first one to put us on. And see, that was a whole lot better than what we was doing in the very beginning. Now, look how far we've came from that very first keep. You know, and the years that we had as far as putting dogs in shape and being able to sit back and look at our work and be like, okay, one damn thing we never had to really worry about was conditioning. I think conditioning had a lot to do. Now being, you know, Mo told you some of the dumb shit that he done, you know, 7 pounds uphill, couple, you know, doing one when he knew he was sick in it. It wasn't him who did that one. It was somebody else he let use the dog, and you know, Mo let him take a chance, being they had did it when Mo knew that dog was sick and told him that dog was sick. I don't know why you even doing them. But, you know, those are the things that you learn, and then you try your damnedest not to ever let it happen again. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Carlos Lee. What up, fam? My man Jason said, T-Boy, LA Boys, Kimmer, Kirkland, K, and S, Miss Hot, Black River Kennels, work Bobby Hall shit. Well, you know, they had to be some badass, because we know Bobby Hall. He wasn't, you know, if you had to know Bobby Hall and just look at the history, Bobby Hall, he wasn't no little bitty man. But there were some great conditioners out here, man, in every part of the country. They all had their different ways. I remember I was watching a Don Mayfield video when he was stuck on that cat meal. you know. And I guess the cat meal was a thing back in the day. But shit, cat meal wouldn't work for, remember, I seen mine first one at the Robinsons in North Carolina. But up north, you mean, where are you going to put a big ass cat meal at? You barely had a big enough backyard to even do that type of shit in. So what do? Well, you're going to be doing a whole lot of that walking, but then that treadmill game came in, Treadmill game made things a little different. Now, you can ruin a dog on a treadmill for those who don't know no better. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Kenyon Carter. What up, fam? Representing Flint, Michigan in the house. All my motherfucking Detroit family up there. My whole Michigan family. What up, fam? Y'all know what's up. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Burning Star, longtime supporter. My main man. What up, fam? Greater Lynn. What up, fam? I think the conditioning, is one of them things, man. If people don't take that shit serious enough, like I was saying, even in the competition show, I mean, can you really take a dog off the chain and just because it's it's a confirmation show and just show up? I mean, I ain't been to enough. I've been to some. I said this was my first time judging one, but I've been to them, and it's obvious. You can just see who put in the work and who just showed up. Now, I don't know if y'all feel that way about it, or maybe because we have the experience, but I would think the average dog, man, when I'm saying average, I'm saying if you've been in this game 2-3 years, I mean, not learning, but I mean, at being in this game 2-3 years, you should have a pretty good idea of the basics. Your dog in condition ain't supposed to look the same as your dog sitting out there on the chain. 3 years in, unless you are trying to become a confirmation man, or regardless of a hog hunting man, whatever the purpose is, conditioning is always going to be essential to the performance of your animal. How can you not respect that part? And for me, I think that's just basic talk. Now, how you get there is where the complication comes in, and that's why I said it's an art. For me, it's an art to perfection, because when you get it right, remember, I stick to Barney Fife because it wouldn't, there was a lot of great fights that Barney Fife was behind the conditioning program. Bad enough you got to deal with a dog, but you deal with a dog conditioned by him, so you better be right. I mean, there's just it shouldn't matter who it is, but it puts a little bit more, concern in the faces of the opponent, because that dog is being conditioned by one of the best conditioners of all times. So yeah, that kind of do put a little and can make you try to do a little bit too much, when really the best thing to do is you bring it the best way that you know how. Just know that you bringing in, you finna put it up against one of the best conditioners out there. You know what I'm saying? That is, how that shit go. That's why it's always important, regardless of what you're doing, how you're doing, you always bring your best product to, represent you. That's how I think any kennel that's trying to be, noteworthy, not trying to be famous, but just say, what's the purpose of having these dogs? What's the purpose of the competition? If you're in the competition, you're in the competition and just to be in the competition, or you're in the competition to win. If you're in this competition to win, then you understand in order for me to win, I have to produce and put forward the best work that I have to assure that win based on whoever show up as far as my competition. That's the mind frame. That's the mindset. That's the bulldog way of doing things. Now, you might not be the only person thinking like that. And that's where the art of conditioning plays a major part, because it's all going to be based on the product. Now, how the product performs. Does it look good? Is it worthy? You know, that's where the judging comes in, and that's where the release your dogs comes in at, you know, all that. But and then when you can be consistent with it, I mean consistent. You know, I always said, you know, I mean, in the beginning, I mean, not in the beginning, but you know, in our later years when we got changed up and we started dealing with these Red Boy, Mayday dogs, Stone City, hardcore shit. We started dealing with, you know, rougher dogs. When I say rough dogs, I'm talking about. You look at those them kennels, and then you understand. If we dealing with the same shit they dealing with, we pretty much got just the same thing that they do, but we got a little bit of that something extra, something that made our shit just a little bit different. But we all had that same ideal of how we were bringing them dogs in. You know, to me, some of them, like, if it don't be for Psycho, remember Psycho was 317. That's the longest match we ever been in. You know what I'm saying? And I was there at the Martell radar situation. So, and to me, not just my opinion, but there's a lot of great dog men who've seen that to swear, you know, they would say that was the best fight they ever seen. Because that was the first time I ever seen two dogs do over 2 hours plus and with no scratches, just all out go. I mean, imagine the kind of shape you got to be in. That's what I was saying when I first seen that type of situation. Like, damn, these boys here, boy, they ain't taking no breaks. I mean, you went down, but you wasn't down long. You was up, but you wasn't up long. I mean, just constant, just at it, no breaks. Very well competition, you know, conditioned dogs, man. And the consistency, you know, and that's another thing. I add the consistency of the condition, you know. Not all dogs are going to be those barnstormers, even though we tried to take anything that wasn't barnstorming. And you gotta remember now, we had enough dogs to do this type of shit with. That's why a lot of good dogs got away, because there was only so many, you know, certain kind of dogs that we was keeping. So regardless of how hard they bit, how intense they were, they all were going to get the same type of conditioning program. I think Psycho was the very first time I seen that put to the test. Our conditioning program ever put to the test. Everybody else, I mean, to me, an hour, you know, I don't call that putting it to the test. Not for us anyway, because for us, an hour, shit, we be on full go for the first hour. And if you're still around after that hour, that means, you know, if we did our homework right, you shouldn't be in no kind of shape to be looking to do nothing much past this hour mark. You know, because we done so much damage, there shouldn't be too much more damage left in you to go to do anything. But that was our concept. That was our game plan. Come in, with killers, barnstorm you, and as long as you didn't matter how game you is, long as you stay over there, we're gonna put you down. Not everybody has the ability to do that type of shit. And I'm not trying to brag on saying we had the ability to do that type of shit. I'm just saying those were the type of dogs that we was using, and I let history speak for the rest. Because I know damn well Pretty Mama was not one of those kind of dogs that was a barnstormer. You would have thought she was after her first fight, but you know, her first fight, she ran into something was like her, and she demolished her quick. Everything after that, you know, it was kind of like, did we lose some of the dog? But no, she would just got back into her normal way of doing things. But she had the power and she had to win. You know, she was just a different type of dog. Remember, that's a Storm and Norman bred dog. So, yeah, that was the sole purpose of taking her out and leaving Little Mayday with Norman. Because he wasn't doing shit with her anyway. It was his house dog. You know? But she was rough as hell. So that's how that deal went down. But it didn't matter because her and Brad, they was conditioned at the same time. They were campaigned at the same time. But the good thing about them two was being the fact that they couldn't stand each other, that just made them work harder. And they was never in a situation where we had to worry about their conditioning program. You know, and I don't feel like we ever had a dog outside of Red Ace that ever ran into one of them situations where we was like, what is this? They ain't never did this before. She was the only dog that I ever had out of all these years that went somewhere that we had to stop and say, okay, now what happened? And come up with an answer. No. But as far as our conditioning program, nah. Now, there have been times where I've heard Mo has made mistakes, not in our earlier years, not in our later years, but toward the end, he was doing, you know, he made mistakes. And, you know, that's why sometimes you hear him, make sure you pay attention to the supplements you're using and what's in those supplements. Because I remember one time he put one in shape and he using the supplement and he noticed it was something wrong, but he just didn't know what it was. He thought, you know, the dog was just lazy. And then he happened to just read the supplement, and the supplement had cocoa in it. So that right there, he's seen the effects of what that caused. And that's why he tell you guys, pay attention to what's in your supplements, because he wasn't paying attention to what was in the supplement, but he could tell something was wrong. He just couldn't figure out what it was, being something that he's always been doing, never had to worry about this situation. And so let me just read and see what the heck's in this, and he finds what the problem was. But those are things that we see. We even share that kind of dumb shit with y'all, because those are the things that even after all the years of doing it, you get lax, and then you see something wrong, and then you have to try to figure out what you're doing wrong, and then boom, just in case you ever run in that situation, take a look and see what supplements you use and what's in it. You know, he always tell you, you know, he like to know what he's giving his dogs. Well, at one time he tried something, I think it's something I had around here, and he used it back in the day, and I'm tripping out on it, and me not reading it, and he, you know, it basically did the same thing that some other supplement he was using. He just noticed I had some, so, but it turned out to be, you know, bad results simply because of the cocoa in it. Let me see what else I had. Yo, Big C! What up, fam? Twin. Hold on, Big C. Hold on, baby. He said, Twin, I've been trying to contact y'all on the Belgians. Big C. Big C. I'm going to get that, man. I don't know how you be missing it, but look, hold on one second. I'm going to make sure you send me the email, or you got my number, man. Or hit me up on Facebook. However you want to do it, Big C. I know you got the number. I don't know how we be missing you. I know we be busy throughout the day and something, you know. Try to answer all calls. But I got you, fam. I think we still got, yeah, we still got a couple of them left. I think maybe 2 or 3 just left, if not 2. And that's outside of mayhem and chaos. So yeah, I'm gonna let Mo know. That's cool. That'll work. That'll work, Big C. I promise you, man, we'll definitely get right back to you, fam. Sorry about that. Journey. I hate to hear people say we ain't getting this because everybody else seems to be getting through. I don't know what's going on, Big C, but whatever it is, get that information from over there at the APBR. Jesse will take care of it. And we'll definitely take care of your solution, fam. Hey, but come on, some of my boys out there, and I know y'all out there, Vernon, people like Vernon. I'm just throw this out to Vernon. And even you, Mr. Jason Harris, 504, aka my main J-Bo. I would like y'all to tell me in the beginning, when it came down to conditioning, just put it in there. Was it a hard learning experience and it got better through your trial and error, or did you have a mentor that helped you? Because I think those things are important. And, y'all have a lot of time in this game, and y'all kind of understand where I'm coming from. Because I would like them, even for my people who are out there doing the hog hunting and the confirmation and running up the wall. I want them to have an understanding that none of us came into this knowing everything. But it sure would like to help them get ahead of the game based on how, I share my way, y'all help me share your way, just so they'll know, all of us had to start from somewhere. But all of us, have something to show for the time and the effort that we put into it. And most of the time it's positive. So if y'all could share a little bit of that love. I'm going to do this one more time here. Let me see if I can do it again. If somebody want to just jump up there and share that experience, I threw that link down there because I think it's many ways of doing this thing, but there's different ways of getting to where you got to go. But the goal is that we're all going to wind up at the same point, and that is success, victory, winning, consistent performance, consistent in everything that you're able to do with any dog. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like if you learn how to train a dog, you should learn how, you'll basically have what it takes to train any dog. And as a dog trainer, there's not too many dogs that I don't think, there's not too many dogs that you can't train. Once you have that concept and understand that what it really means to be a dog trainer, remember, we just picked what kind of dog trainers we chose to be. We deal with protection dogs, pit bulls, protection dogs, 2 different things. We don't turn our pit bulls into protection dogs. Now, my wife might slip around there, and she has a bad habit of doing it because outside the guns ain't enough for her around the house. She got dogs around the house, so she has a lot to do with, our dogs being as aggressive as they are, including that little bitty Maldoodle she got. I help them be aggressive because I'm the one that's basically barking out the commands. But because I'm the alpha male around the house, but it's her who has every time that damn doorbell ring or every time that knock at the door, they gonna make sure that she get that door answered before she get there to let them know we will eat your ass up, you know. But that's because she has that training ability and she raised them as puppies. So that's not something that we literally go out and train our pit bulls to do. Most of the time, I want our dogs to be just as, you know, our pit bulls outside of the one that Mo talks about, all of them are just lovable dogs around people. Hey, while I got Mo coming, he done showed up in the house. Hey, Mo, you know, Big C been trying to get up with you, man. Big C been trying to get up with you to get one of the minor ones, the Belgians.
Well, I mean, DCA, how you getting up with it?
Well, he gonna get with the ADBR, the APBR, get the number, he gonna give you a call.
Okay.
He just telling me he's been trying to get up with us.
Okay. That's
Yo, my man, I see you out there. My man, Balls Deep. What up, fam? My man, Balls Deep say, what I learned is your ass better have some quality socks in them shoes, and they better be broke in before you start, because your ass is walking up to 10 hours a day towards the end. Shit, man. Balls Deep. And look, that's for that. Now that is a true statement for the ones who feel like your ass gonna get out here and you're gonna be walking these dogs. I mean, some guys can do that. I am not knocking nobody who has done that. Trust and believe that.
STP do it.
You know,
That Mike from Hardcore do it.
you know, I'm just, you know, I don't know, because old Green used to walk them damn miles. But I kind of gonna see him.
You got big Mike. Look how big.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm finna let you turn into this. Get ready to get on here. But
I got something.
yeah, I just think, man, you got to be able to 10 miles, you know. They talk that shit, but think about, you got to do that shit, build up to that shit every day. That means you're gonna be in just as good a shape as a damn dog, if not better. Big shout out to my man Johnny Rock. He said, at GHK, did you use any type of ointments to rub the dogs down after the workout? No, sir. Johnny, no. Never. Stretching and massaging them. That massage, I don't know, but I don't know how many people, you know, we stress it over here. I think Schoolboy stresses it. It's a couple guys that stress it, but that massage is almost like if you done any sports and after a good long workout or after a good practice, they go some getting a sauna, some getting that ice ass, cold ass water, something I could never see myself doing. You know, I probably shake half to death, but you know, and then the massages, you know, a good massage, man, it helps the recovery process. And when you're dealing with these bulldogs, they can't tell you when they sore. They, you know, you got to be able to be paying close attention and notice when they sore. But if you was a massage, them good massages after a good workout, you wouldn't have to worry about them being sore, because by the time you give them that massage and they ain't got that grub out the way, they're going to go and lay down and they're going to be taking advantage of that rest until later on the next day. So they have all that time to have all that lactic acid built up and shit that, you know, Mo feel like he getting his shoulders and he be all down in them stifle. I mean, he give them goddamn, you know, good rub downs. You know, and then I remember I don't have to worry about doing that shit until like the last maybe last 2 weeks. I help him in the end, because then that's the only time I get my chance to get in there and let them get a chance to see me, take them out to, finish them up. Because I used to just be able to pull up, and they could hear the truck coming. And if they be in the mill, they hear that truck pull up. I could hear the mill when it starts screaming, because they know I'm coming in loud and wild. Big shout out to my man Skip Bell. What up, fam? But yo, Mo, what be up, bro? You in the house?
Long day for killing. Got pills.
Yeah, Mo got it. He run around with his dragging his leg around, and then start using his crutches and shit. And now he's crying because he had to work late tonight. Come on, man, take me out, because you're gonna get into these questions. So I'm not gonna tell him about the keep. You can tell him about anything you want to. I'm only stuck on the conditioner part, so you know how important it is. I don't care what you're doing, but you got to be able to do it. On you.
Hey, what's the question? What up, everybody? My mic on. If y'all can hear me, give me a thumbs up so I know I'll get started. What up, fellas? Did I get any thumbs up yet? Yeah, but am I getting any thumbs up? I make sure I want to see some thumbs up. I want to see. Hey, y'all, give me some thumbs up, man. This man talking about he can hear me. Okay. I'm sure how I'm gonna handle it. I'm gonna tell you. All right, there you go, fellas. There you go. And I'm gonna have Mike put the number on the bottom of the thing from now on, y'all. So when we go into these silent modes, y'all just call my phone. Okay? We're gonna put it up there on the sticker board in case the sound go out like it did, because he be right there and he be missing it. So we gonna give y'all some more ways of getting in there, getting a hold of us immediately, so we don't have that miss. Where they at? Okay, y'all, I'm good. All right, fellas, I got the comments, so I get a chance to see. What up, fellas? I see y'all. What's up, Jason? So you give everybody them shout outs. Hey, I don't know where Mike left off at. But I know I picked up on the walking part of it. Well, I can tell you what I know. You know, I'm gonna tell you exactly what I know, and that is I've seen a lot of the big boys, and they do have a time to walk, but I don't even see them walking no more than a damn mile. Because if anybody know Hardcore Mike, you know a Hardcore Mike ain't walking no 10 miles. If you know Mr. Bemis from STP and them, you know they ain't walking no 10 miles. You can check in with me, and I'll tell you, I ain't walking no 10 miles. Now, I used to get on a bike and get off 10 miles. Shit, I get on a electric bike now and do 10 miles, and I wouldn't dare get on a bike. That's how bad it is for me. Because now I ain't want to get on no bike since I've been spoiled by the electric bike. You know? But the walking, see, let me tell you about walking. Walking is good for a dog because you can't really never overwork a dog walking. That's the key to walking. You know what I'm saying? That's the key to walking. You can't overwork a dog walking. That's true. But there's a difference between walking and running. We're talking about two different types of muscles being used. If I'm running my dog, I'm using a totally different type of muscle pull, a twitch muscle that I'm not going to be using walking. You know what I mean? That's the key. That's the key. You get two different types of muscle use. When a dog stretch out and be running, he's using twitch muscles, flexing, muscles are flexing, being pulled. And if you got the weights on them, you build them very same twitch muscles, those stretch muscles. You build with weight, you build power in those stretches. It's like when he's in the match. You know, these are things that you can't get out of walking. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's why, you know, all of us, and I know when I say all of us, we all have contraptions. I have guys that like to use the Jenny. You know, I got guys that will have a carpet mill, a Jenny, an electric mill, and a regular treadmill. You know, it's whatever fit they fancy. You know, all of us should have a sled. You know what a sled is. You know, that's the weight pull. See, when I use the weight pull, I don't walk the dog with the weight pull. I throw the ball. I throw something out there to let him go get it. You know, I'll have me a long PVC pipe and have me a hide on that mug and have it down in that little hole in the sled and where it's just hanging right there over the dog and he's chasing it. He's chasing it and he can't never catch it, but you can't tell him that. I want to see him run. Not only does he have the weight collar and the weight harness on, I got him pulling maybe like 55, 60 pounds. I start off 25, but when he started running off with that like it ain't nothing, you know what, I can't keep up with him, I can't catch him, then I'm going to put some more weights on there. You know, but you ought to see what they look like. Because you keep in mind, we also talking about dogs that are on roids. You know, Wednesday is my weight day. Wednesday is the day that I pull out my sled. You know, and all we doing is working out. Give me a nice field, you know, and put enough weights on there where when he take off running, he don't flip the sled because he's running too fast with the sled. You know, you can flip it over and he be dragging the damn thing. instead of pulling it. So I always put enough weight on there where he can still run. And I don't care how hard fast he try to run, he won't flip the weight. Put him on there too light for him, he's gonna flip it because he's running too fast, and that weight will, that sled will take up in the air. So I put enough weight on there to make sure that I like to see him run. I mean, we're gonna get our walk. But what I'm looking for is that punch. You know, that getting out there, digging in and running. Want that thing so bad. You know, keep in mind, I'm carrying weights on top of pulling weights. And I'm running. I'm still messing around with them twitch muscles, them stretch muscles. That's the key. You know, if you take that little thinking and say, well, why would Twin be doing that? Let's just take that one little section. And let's get on the bus and let our imagination go. Okay, we're on the bus, we're gonna go over here and we're gonna analyze what that means in the box. And then we're gonna compare it to the walk. You can never overwork a dog by walking. And you can put a dog in great shape if you got the tenacity to be able to get them 10 miles off. But you ain't walking, you know, most guys who is walking, I guarantee you, they're not going to have those weights on that dog. I'm telling you, I know they won't. They might have them on there sometime. But there's not too many guys out there that I know who think they know how to put a dog in shape. Okay, and I've seen this and learned this, not just from, you know, the guys that like Deep South and Hardcore and Stone City and Victor. No, I seen this the first time I saw Atlas Brewer. I told y'all about that little shed he had out there, and he had that dog in there. That weight collar never came off that dog. Never once. Joe Abraham, Kenny Allen, they had weight collars on those dogs. That 5 pounds never came off that dog. That dog went to bed with that weight on their neck. You know, when I take my dog out, that harness is going on there. I got 15 pounds on my dog. I wouldn't care if she was going in at 31. That 15 pounds, everybody gonna get used to that. That 15 pounds, that dog got to hit them 30 minutes every day on that treadmill, building up a pace, carrying 15 pounds. Them weights don't come off that dog until peak week. That's that week where I'm cutting everything in half. Now imagine that week right there where I'm cutting all the work in half and I ain't got no weights on it. Come on, y'all. We didn't talked about this before. Think about it. We on the bus. We got ankle weights on. We take the ankle weights off. You know it's going to take you a little bit of a minute to get your feet up under you because they're going to feel so light. But I can guarantee you, you go kick somebody. I guarantee you, them light feet going to hurt when you kick them because there's going to be so much flexibility in that kick because you ain't just walking, running. You're playing basketball in them. It's not walking down the street. You out here playing basketball and running up and down a basketball court with them ankle weights. The total difference than putting them on your feet and you walking with them. You understand what I'm saying, y'all? So let's put it inside that box. I'm hitting you up in your shoulder. And I'm in a hurry. I'm not just hitting you in your shoulder. I'm digging into your shoulder. I'm running into your shoulder. all that twitch, all that stretch, all that power, all that punch. You don't get that by walking. You don't get that trying to set a pace with walking. You set a pace with that stretch, that twitch, that power. Dominate your ass. I'm dominating. That pace, I'm dominating you. I'm on roids, I'm dominating. You know, it just don't be the killers in the dogs, man. But you got a killer. When you know you got a killer, you ain't got no him on roids. You ain't got no weights on him. You ain't got none of that shit on him when you find out what kind of bulldog you got. So we can alleviate all that conversation because we didn't need all that to find out what kind of bulldog I'm ready to put all that on. I'm going to put all that on one who have shown me that he can get in there. Now, with the help that I'm going to give him, oh, that's why we go Super Saiyan with the monkey in the tail. We going monkey to the tail, dang. We going Dragon Ball Z all out. You know, that's why so many of these, and I ain't bragging, okay? Because I learned this from them. But we win a lot of matches in short order. You know, gotta get that to the dog. But let me tell you what makes it when you got the dog, and I got 2 cents to add to that. I got the twitch. I got the stretch. I got the pace. I got the strength. I got the enhancement on a killer. Look what I brought to the table. Now, many of you guys I always hear jump up and say, you know, I can whip a dog on Roy. Anybody can whip a dog on Roy. The Roy's and all the twitching and all the muscles and all the pace you put in a dog, that ain't got a damn thing to do with the dog being good or sorry. You can do all that to a sorry ass cur and get the same results. He's still gonna be a cur. So let's not rag on that. Now I can tell you this much. I tell you this much. You bring that dog in there with me, and we're gonna go talent to talent. We're gonna give them both 50-50. You got 50 because your dog got talent, and I got 50, and my dog got talent. You ain't using roids, and I'm using roids. You're gonna feel my pain. I can guarantee you're gonna feel my pain. Because common sense gonna tell you we on even ground. Yet I'm using enhancement. You has got a problem. Now if that ain't true, why is it banned in every sport? That I keep saying it over and over and over to debunk this bullshit about what you don't have to beat one. They ain't got nothing to do with how good your dog is. But if your dog is just as good as my dog and you ain't got no words, I'm telling you, I'm going to beat your ass. I'm going to beat your ass. And I don't just say that. I have proven that. All right? There's many kennels. I'm not the only one. Kenny Allen has proven that. Ricky Jones has proven that. Barney Five has proven that. The Meal Maker has proven that. Mama, Loctite, PLB. I can keep just naming everybody out there using roids. They have proven the fact that if you're not on roids and we are on even ground, I still gonna have the ups on you because I'm gonna have enhancement. I'm gonna have enhancement. You can't get enhancement. You already given the best you got. Good one have that enhancement. Period. Because I'm telling you, in the fast lane, like Balls D said, he said right here, everybody brag about that. Anyone that said they competed in the fast lane and they didn't use words is telling a lie or an idiot. And it's true. Again, it's not even a question to be asked down there. You know, and I gotta tell you now, Pit Dog, and Jigga, you know, they didn't use roids, honestly speaking. But we still talking about Jigga, already a killing machine. Okay, he don't need roids. Okay, I can get that. But can we honestly say Jigga was in competition with a dog that had just as much ability as him? No. No. The dog went out there 3 good times and it never happened. He blew through everything they put on him. And I'm guaranteeing they was on roids. He murked everything that was put on it. You just, some things you just, you know, it's not like a never, never, never. Because it still boiled down. I said if our dogs are the same, dogs being the same, that's what I'm talking about. If we're going to put our dogs on the same level, ability and everything, the only difference going to be is that enhancement. It don't have nothing to do with the two dogs. As without all that, they, you know, we can see a good, we wouldn't know who going to go. But when we talking about the edge and the advantage, I'm going to have the advantage. I'm going to have the advantage. Like it or not, you're going to hear that because it's the truth. Common sense, I want you to understand, it's only common sense. It's just how to do it, how to get to that point, using this stuff. These guys were great with it because they knew how to use it. I got good with it because I knew how to use it. I know what to look for. I knew what to expect. I knew how to make it work. You always hear me talking about maximum stress. You always hear me talking about leaving all the 15 pounds on the dog. You always hear me talking about how fast I want to do that 10 miles on that electric meal. You always hear me tell you when I max out on the treadmill, I'm up to 3 hours. You always hear me talking about how I constantly stress my dog to see his maximum stress. Is it getting better? Is his recovery time getting better? These are the things that you working your dog for. Why? Because in war, I want to make sure all my boxes are checked off. So if I lose, I lost because I was on a better dog. Period. No, he was in, my dog gonna be in there strong. My dog gonna be in there with a pace. My dog punches is gonna hurt. I'm gonna tire you out with the drive. You know, those are the things that they work on. Those were the things that's what made them all winners. I'm telling y'all. I'm telling you. Damn near every one of them Mayday dogs was on roids. Mayday himself. Don't let him tell you he wasn't. Shit, Angel? Shit. If you ever met Angel, when the hell you ain't gonna tell me he wasn't on something? Dude built like a brick. You bump at him, he feel like a rock. You know, I've been on roids. You ought to see what they did to me. I was 150, benching 315, not 1 or 2 times, 4, 5 times. Little dude. Only reason they made me stop because the roids was destroying my body because my body was not big enough to be handling that type of weight. That's what the doc said. You are lifting weight that your body, even though you're doing it, you're tearing up your body. You're 150 pounds and you're tearing out your shoulder. You're messing up your elbows. That's why they hurt. It's too heavy. But the roids had me doing it. Those are the main things that when I talk about conditioning, you don't hear me going into detail, but I'm giving y'all major pieces to what you look for, whether you do it through an electric mill, a regular mill, the bike, the genie, however you choose to do it. But if you want to win, maximum stress, pace, power. These are the things that you can give your dog that he can't get on his own. All he can give you is his ability. Everything else, you have to put there. You have to put it there. If you're smart and you understand it, I can guarantee you, you're going to be up one on your opponent. Especially if you call right. If you call right and you see it, and you put your part in there, and he do his part, you're going to be a hard man to beat. Ask those great guys who why we talk about the guys we talk about. Why you think I'm still down there at the gate, waiting to be able to go join the party with all the great dog men, you know what I'm saying? And I can go up there and be bragging about the new keeper of the gate. The next man that I can call legendary. You know, everybody give me giving us the prop, but I say Gameville is legendary. If y'all want to pass out some legendary shit, they rank right up there with us. You know, because they did a lot for the going hard dogs. And they had some bulldogs. Now they might not have been the greatest when it came to the roids and things like that. But we're talking about some guys that just literally came from young men to dog men. You know, I breed my dogs to champions, plain and simple. Everybody else can breed any way y'all want. Okay? But if I'm going to be conditioning some shit, I'm going to be looking forward to some shit. I'm going to be making damn sure that what I'm feeding is coming off a winner. I talk so much about these pedigrees. I talk so much about those common factors. I talk so much about that formula. That I honestly believe that's the only way that what I have to put forward to my animal, knowing what he can give me, for me to be able to put that into him. Hey, the game is right there in your face. The game that I'm giving you is right there in your face. Y'all can make all these breedings and all that good stuff without these champions. And the whole time y'all doing all that, guess what's going to be still showing up? Champions coming off these champions. Still on the floor. Maytoo was bred, but he was being bred to a champion. Brat, his mama, yeah. Maytoo was off a grand champion and a champion. And he was a bulldog. Which one? Do I think I can get here? Hold on, let me see that. Is that right there? Mo, you think you can get maximum stress walking? I mean, you can't never overwork a dog, so that's to tell you that to me that says a lot. You know, I mean, maximum stress is you being able to see your dog get into a situation like he would a match, and at some point he gonna have to slow down, and he gonna have to recover. I mean, I ask this question: do you think if you was trying to get maximum stress, do you really believe that you can get it walking compared to me running? Because we're definitely using two different muscles in the way we work in our body. No, I can reach maximum stress running a lot quicker than you could walking. If you could ever reach it, because if you can't overwork a dog, but you can put him in good shape. You gotta put them miles in, and you don't hear nobody running around talking about anything less than that 10 miles. Now, if you barely walking 1 mile an hour, that means you got to walk 10 miles. That means you got to be out there walking your dog for 10 hours. How fast can you walk to get 10 miles off? And what good is it if you breaking it down in twice a day? You sure ain't gonna get maximum stress that way. You know what I mean, bro? You right, baby boy. You so right. He right. Listen to what he just said. Show up. He said walking ain't enough around here. He is right. Put one on him. I guarantee you, Jay, you love to see a mama walk in there talk about he walked his dog 50 miles. Shit. I walk my dog 50 miles. Well, son, he might be game as hell, but it ain't gonna take long. It ain't gonna take long. Cause 50 miles, you ain't got no pace in you, son. When I get done pushing you around, all them 50 miles gonna get gassed out. When I just go in there just driving, I'm driving. How many minutes of this driving can you handle? What's it gonna take for you to even stay even with me? And what happened if I run your ass down to that point where you got to take a break before me and you can't recover because I won't let you recover? You're going to have to lay there on the ground to catch your breath because that's what they do. They have to lay there because they ain't got the energy. They don't have the muscle to withstand it because when they gave their all, at some point they gotta get a break. That's why we say you can start off good, but we always gonna see because you're gonna sooner or later slow down. That's just how much damage did you do to this man. So when he get his chance on top, that he's still trying to figure it out because you done had him in a bad position for the last 25 minutes. Now you taking your break. Do he got enough to finish you? Do he got enough to really take advantage? Because now he on top because you got to go to the bottom to catch your breath. Oh, it go like that. And when you see these matches going an hour and a half, you got a whole lot of that back and forth shit. Yeah. They ain't got enough to kill each other. They too busy bugging in, bugging out. But they got enough to keep scratching. No. Give me a killer. Give me a killer with my roids and my meals and my running and my weights. Huh. Them boys don't be out there long. And that's the truth. So I'm in total agreement with Mr. Harris, Jason Harris. That's my boy, my man, J-Bo. Like you said, 25 minutes. That's all you got. You got 25 minutes. You have to take the bottom and you're gonna be in trouble. We got Walk Down Ram in the house. What's up, big bro? How do you mean? Oh.
Yeah. What's going on, OG?
What's up? Hey, what's up, baby?
Oh, chilling, man.
Good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping in.
Oh, no doubt. Heard you kicking that good game on the conditioning. That was my thing too. So hell yeah. I'll pop out for it. I got a little time before I get back on this road.
Well, man, I like to let you take the floor, man, and tell them, man, tell them. I mean, what I'm talking
that maximum stress, that was part of our program too. So you posted a short of you and you was pushing the pace on the dog on the mill, and just me being a conditioner and seeing what you meant by the pace exactly in motion. I was like, okay, pretty much what I was doing. But for me, the pace was secondary. With our keep was focused on the recovery and how much can you work and how long can you work at that high pace, juxtaposed to how long it would take you to recover.
Yes, sir.
So everything else was a byproduct, but actually just getting to see you do that and then thinking back on how I used to do it, I was like, we pushed that pace hard too, because how a dog work is how we will fight, when it was our turn on stage. So that maximum stress is a motherfucker, because if it only take me, the best I ever got it of was up to about 25 seconds, just in the corner, face your dog and my mouth back closed, you feel me? And that was just, with all the juice and everything else, and the dog too, it ain't like we just putting juice on C-class dogs. You gotta be the A-class dog to be worthy of getting the juice and all the other supplements, you feel me? Because the juice don't make you a better dog. It make you be able to do what you doing longer, you feel me? A lot of people look down on the juice because they thinking that's the same juice we use for humans to compete with, and why it's banned in every sport is the same way we would use it for the dog, and that ain't true. You feel me? Like, we don't really use too much like D-ball or nothing like that in the dog, because we ain't looking for no big ass muscles, because we know them big muscles get you in trouble if it go long. Take a lot of fucking oxygen to pump that fucking blood through. And
Oh yeah, but I'm gonna tell you something, man. I'm gonna tell you, I was a Debo man. I didn't use equipoise. I used Winstrol V and Debo. I bullshit
okay,
you
so
not.
yeah, you was stacking it too. Well, that Winstraw helped you with that though. You feel me?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. But if you just go
yeah.
straight D-ball like Dillian White, the
Nah,
boxer, did and put on all that muscle
yeah,
like Anthony Joshua and shit, yeah. But yeah, you
that's
putting
what
it with
Luke
the
came.
Winnie, so yeah, you gonna always get over.
Yep, you see that pretty picture of Luke came? That
Yep.
was for his grand championship match. Do you know how sore he was? He looked terrible. He looked great in the picture, right?
Yeah.
But that's that Debo. You see, he was spine cut, but he was thick. Do you know what? He was slow, bro. You know,
Too
he
much
had
muscle.
too much muscle. Too much muscle. And he didn't have no kind of twitch in his muscle. He didn't have no type of stretch. You know, that's why his grand championship match went so long.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But it was not like, like his other ones when Deep South had him, nowhere
Yeah. Yeah,
close.
he was in there like Ali when they had him.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Motherfucker
That's
lighting
that's
and
for
fighting
real.
all night.
Yep. And that's for real. That's for real. He looked terrible. He didn't look as good as his other four matches, his grand championship match. He looked good as hell when y'all see him in that picture, because you can see every bone, every muscle in his body. All that shit was swollen. But he was slow. He didn't have
Yeah.
that twitch. He was powerful with his punches, but he wasn't that dig in, rush, 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 bam, 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 with nothing like that. Barracuda, straight killer. Mayday, straight killer. You know they was on roids the way they hit shit, tear that shit up. They
And how
go
they
right
was
in
able
there.
to continue to stay on it. You know,
Right.
maybe they look good and all of them except his last one when he had to go to Florida and then get shit back and shit like that, and he still pulled it off. Like, so you know the
Giving up
juice
10
was
pounds.
loose. You feel me? He probably would have died if he didn't have it in his system.
Okay, 10 pounds.
Yep.
He gave up 10 pounds. Cody came in there 70 pounds.
Big like a fucking horse. He was
Okay.
in there with his Shetland pony that night.
But man, people don't understand how cold Mayday was. I still don't, the baddest ones that I can tell you was cold as Mayday, literally, was them bitches. Pratt, Chanel, May was like Mayday.
Just a straight out dog. Get in there and get on your ass.
Go on and
That's
get
why I
on
like
your
Mayday
ass.
though, because he was big as fuck, but he was athletic as fuck, man.
He had the ability of like a small dog. He was a wrecking machine.
Yep.
He was a wrecker now. He did not play. That dog had some ability. And he was quick, very rough. When I say very rough, I'm talking about Brett,
Yeah.
very rough. May, very rough. Chanel, very rough.
What a day was a rough customer too, though. You can't leave that
Oh
bitch
yeah,
out.
yeah. What a day, very rough. These dogs, Red Ruby, very rough. That was that to me. And then he was crazy. That was that attribute that what really made him. It was that
Hell
little
yeah, that
that
crazy red
craze.
boy ass shit.
Yeah, man. Them dogs was nuts. They was really focused about destroying shit.
But
You
good
know?
at it, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Barracuda would take your ass out quick too. Yes, he would. I mean, for real.
Yeah, I
But
heard that too. I heard he was real good at trying to get you up out of there.
oh yeah, he gonna and look, he was biting the good ones down, bro. He was biting them all down. In the end, Barracuda bit everybody down. That's what it was. He gonna bite you down. That's what all he was. He would bite you down.
Went there and put the chomps on your motherfucking
Oh yeah,
ass.
yes sir. I mean, Twister was like that too. I mean, man, when you out there in that fast lane, ain't nobody bringing no bums.
Nah, not at all. Fuck no.
These ain't bums. So for the way people be looking at these things, man, and downgrading them, you could tell y'all ain't seen a lot of matches in your day, especially those who be so quick to speak up on shit. You know what I mean? I have to say that because for a person who wants to learn and really know, how you gonna ever know what a real good dog look like if you can't even appreciate the real good dogs that's already set the tone? We telling you who they
Exactly.
is. Don't go looking
Exactly.
for a reason to downgrade the dog because everybody else or some hating ass person want to put the dog down like they know what the hell they talking about.
Like they was there. Like, motherfucker, you wasn't even born when that match happened. Nigga, shut up.
I mean, how you gonna know something you ain't never had one?
Exactly.
Guarantee the ones that open their damn mouth ain't never had one.
And if they did, they was scared to see if he was that or not. Shit.
Okay, well, one thing for damn sure, if they did, they wouldn't be saying that shit trying to put down a great dog.
That's why I say they was scared to see if he was. Because if you seen a
Okay.
fucking good dog and you had a good dog, you know what the fuck you talking about.
Yes, sir.
And when it was our time, it was only one way to prove you had a good dog. And that was off the yard in the lane.
And to be honest about it, you can't go knocking the man across from you. They give little understanding that it takes two to tangle.
Fuck yeah. And if he made it to the level that you at, like, what the fuck you expect?
I mean,
Shit, he ain't no slouch either if he in the box with you.
What he there for?
Yeah. Always
Okay.
looked at it when I was fucking banging this slang like I took every opponent as if I was going into STP. I don't give a fuck who you was, what your name was, how long you been here. I gave you that much respect. And I worked my dog like that. Like I was preparing to go in the buck.
Okay. For real. And I think that part is overlooked a lot. You know,
Yep.
they don't give enough respect to the box, period.
Not at all. And the one time I didn't do that, I fucking lost. Cause I was disrespecting the game. You feel me? Yeah, brought me back down to the fucking earth. Like, motherfucker.
Look, what about the ones when they lose with a good one, and then the next thing you know, they done picked up 3 or 4 more because they're trying to do a get back.
Yep.
You know, once you try to get that get back, man, you already you don't know how to stop and reset.
Yeah, exactly. You just got to take it on the chin, man, and fucking go back to the drawing board. Don't let your male ego get in the way, you know?
Now you just matching shit that's not, you know, like what you call it, what you call that class walk? What you call it?
With the Kerpow?
No, the A class, the B class, the C class.
Yeah, exactly. Know? Yeah, because if you good, like, you know, like on our level, you could take a B class dog and out condition a motherfucker and win off of that. You feel me? But like you were saying earlier, if all things even, the juice gotta get loose.
It sure will, and it will.
Yep.
That juice only not only does it enhance it speeds the recovery.
Exactly. And that's another part of it that I like. You know, once I got a good understanding of it and learned how to use it, like I would use it still with the recovery, you know? Well, not only for the conditioning part, but also their recovery.
Yes. Yes. And it's just for the new guys, this, you know, just for the historical note, you know, for them to understand. Because if we don't give it to them, they'll never be able to try it. You know what I'm saying? They'll never be able to try it in these times because a lot of these guys are good guys. You know,
there's nothing wrong with that, you know. But yeah, you're right. They wouldn't be able to try it because that ain't their fucking lane.
Exactly, and you know they just want the blood.
Yep.
But how you gonna respect the blood if you don't know the intricate parts of the blood? Why you want that blood? There's a reason why. You know.
Yep.
Now, a lot of these guys think the blood is enough, just the blood, but there's so many different DNAs to these litters. You don't know.
Litter mates will throw different traits. Shit.
I'm trying to tell you, man.
You can
This
have a
case,
back end specialist and a fucking tip of the nose rose
okay,
out the same fucking litter.
no shit, for
And they got
real.
the exact same pedigree. Like, so yeah.
And,
You
and, and then swear to God, they supposed to get some good dogs.
I wish it
Okay,
was that easy.
I
Shit.
wish it was that easy. I really wish it was really that easy. But for those who ain't trying to get their feet dirty any damn way, that shit might work. You
Like a
might
motherfucker.
you might get away with that. You know what I'm saying?
Yup.
For the guys in the basement, they gonna be coming back trying to get their money back, bro.
Yeah, with a fucking attitude. Philly, you cheated
Okay,
them.
okay,
Like you knew this shit was a butt, motherfucker.
okay, okay. Or gonna give you a bad name if you don't straighten them out.
Yup.
You be telling everybody like that dude did, John B. John B. quit on the man. The man sold the dog, and the man told him. The man put it right there on his pedigree. I ain't said nothing. That little John shit.
God
Yeah.
damn.
Walkmore, right? He was right over Walkmore, Little John, and Sassy Girl. Now you can't even say Sassy Girl wasn't no producer with all the shit she done produced.
Yeah, that bitch POR all day.
Okay, okay. Shit, and got an all-around bitch coming off of her. So we know she wasn't the problem.
Yeah.
You
You
know?
look around that top side and see what's going on.
Okay, look at that top side. Then none of that shit worked. The whole damn list. Not even a one-time winner out that shit. As a matter of fact, one of the daughters produced the two-time winner, but that was only one. She
That ain't
produced
enough.
that ain't shit.
Yeah, that ain't
She
enough.
might have had, let's give it to her for the fact that we was to point out what was the major factor. Well, we already know this bitch can produce.
Yeah, but she need help. It ain't like she could just
Yeah,
made herself. Like, come on, man.
exactly. Her daughter produced a winner, damn it. She produced him carrying the mama blood to produce. You know, she ain't sit up there like baby, registered man with 4 champions. That's for damn sure. And then none of them little John dogs work out for me. Not one of them. But not taking nothing from them. But
Yeah,
y'all,
that's sometimes you just get the luck of the draw. Like for the
well,
longest, I
I
wouldn't fuck with a Frisco dog because I couldn't get a good one.
mean, okay.
I never knocked the Frisco dogs though because I knew it was good ones out there. And when
Oh
I
yeah.
finally found the good ones, I was like, "Oh shit, I see why motherfuckers like these motherfuckers."
Oh, okay. That's what you got. You got them ones out there on the market like JP Kobe. He went out there, took the Kobe dogs and turned them into market material. Okay, ain't that what Tom did? Is Tom
Yep.
any different than JP Kobe?
Nah, not at all.
Not at all. Is he any different than Floyd Boudreaux?
Not at all.
Is he any different than goddamn Victor Acart?
Nope. Because you could get a good dog from all the motherfuckers you just mentioned. You feel
See,
me?
I'm telling you, but you're gonna get a whole bunch of trash.
Yeah, because once
You
people
gonna
get
get
them,
a
they
whole
ain't checking them and they just breeding them for the pedigrees and shit, man. And saying I got the best now because then I'm gonna sell them for $500 cheaper than you could get them from all them men. Come fuck
that's what
with me.
that's how they bought them. Then they
Yep,
buy them like that.
yep.
Victor, Floyd Boudreaux, JP Kobe, Tom Gardner, puppy peddlers. They puppy peddling now. They taking the pedigree and they selling the pedigree. You got 15 pages. You would be thinking you half of them pages will have a whole bunch of champions on it. But that game don't work like that.
Nah, not no more.
Literally, here's the truth of the matter. You can go down there and check out Jeep. You know my top 5. My top 5 registered marriages, you know my top 5. And I mean, and when we're talking about production, we ain't talking about their fighting career. We talking about literally the production of these dogs.
Yeah.
These dogs has pages of bums. These are unlucky people who had dog over Mayday who didn't get shit.
That's fucking terrible.
That's all I'm saying. They
Yeah,
ain't
because
get shit.
You just once motherfuckers start just breeding them just to sell to keep up with the demand, the
Right.
supply start getting bumped. You start putting too much cut in that dope. Now don't nobody
Okay.
want it. Went from
Okay,
blue
now let's
magic to blue tragic.
that's right. I mean, let's really take a real good look at the shit. Real good look. Jeep got what, 18, 19? Maybe they got like 17, 18. You know what I mean? Buck got a whole bunch of them. But how many pages we talking about? How many dogs we talking about?
Yeah,
We talking about dogs that's on the registered merit list. Been there for the last 30 years down there with just 17 dogs. At the most, 19 champions at the most out of over 1,000 dogs.
yeah, that's terrible. That
Okay,
is
so
fucking
y'all
terrible.
and y'all out here selling these motherfuckers for $2,000 or $3,000 for what?
For $2,000 or $3,000.
I mean, for what?
For $2,000 or $3,000. That's for what?
I mean, did anybody forget that there were figures and you know when you look at this shit, when you go looking at the numbers like the poll, like the Republicans, you know what I mean? Right now they feeling bad right now because don't nobody like them.
Yeah,
They don't like themselves. That's how they
exactly. But
that's
the
how
good
the
part
game.
though is OG is the men who did end up with the good ones. They hard to get to, but if you could get to them, you could get the good ones of the blood that you like, because they still hold them traits near and dear from the time they got them, you know? So
But
that's
guess
why
what?
I was
And then
able to fucking find different Frisco dogs that didn't come from Tom, you know? Somebody else
guess
had
what?
them.
Then they turn into breeders. Then they turn into breeders. You come on now.
And
Name
now I'm
one.
thinking about it, yeah.
Oh, name one that didn't. Didn't Stone City turn into breeding? Didn't
hmm
SDC turn into breed? Didn't
Yeah,
Gadsden turn into breed? Didn't Undertaker turn into breeders? Didn't Fat Bill turn into breeders? Didn't Tex-Mex turn into breeders? Huh? Every damn one of them. Slinging pups.
and that fucking
And,
goddamn
and
supply
they
and
numbered damn
demand,
right.
with the
That's
demand
that.
outweigh the supply, goddamn.
And that includes my ass too. See, I didn't never really get into selling dogs. So my numbers ain't nowhere close as bad as they numbers because they was moving them. I wasn't trying to move them. I'm trying to play.
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying? They
hell
trying to
yeah.
play. I'm trying to play. They trying to get paid.
Two
They
different
all
lanes.
did it. Pat Patrick, Maurice Carver, they all did it. James Edwards, Alice Gore, tell me one that didn't. Had a bunch of damn dogs out there being sold. And guess what? Let's go with the number. Percentage wise. Only 5% of those dogs. 5% is all you're getting. Who's gonna be part of the lucky crew to get that 5% to become part of history?
Not too many, man. God damn.
You see what I'm saying? And that's the
Man,
truth though, when you think about it.
yeah, I was trying to think like, man, like I know breeders, but they not breed because they still use they shit. So I wouldn't even call them breeders like that. Cause they actually using their own shit. They might every now and again find some shit that might click with it, add that in there so they don't get too tight. But yeah, they ain't really selling to the public and shit. But the ones who is, I don't think they doing it like that. Just still with the strict cull process, man. Doing the bit selecting if you got a good male, you know. Some males, yeah, you can breed them to anything and get some good ones, but that's far and few in between. So it
Right.
gotta be, you know, you gotta be real selective with your bitches.
Yeah. But again, we only gonna get 5%. And some are gonna be but 5% they're gonna be lucky.
Man, that other 95%, god damn.
Yes,
When
sir,
I
man.
think about it like that, I was being greedy then. All the champions I had, I was
Oh,
hogging up in that 5%.
okay.
I
Yeah.
had about 3.5% to myself.
But see, that's the overall picture. When you go inside the walls of your own kennel and your own inner making, come on. for the dogs in Deep South and Southern Kennels, those dogs that got out there coming off of Victor's yard, going out there to make the name that they made, to make Mayday the dog that he was. You know what I'm saying? Hey, those numbers look good for us lucky ones that were able to have that possession.
Yeah, because we was able to maintain it and keep it on the yard, and every litter had
Exactly.
winners and champions in them.
Could have came up there. Luke came up on the list. They in that top 20, that's for damn sure.
Yeah, one of my homies got a straw of that shit too, man.
Yeah, steroids only enhance them, help them enhance them work longer and harder and recover quicker. Am I right? Yes, you are right.
Yeah, it don't fucking take a C-class dog and make him an A+ motherfucker. Not at all.
It don't. Everything you said right there is dead on it. And when you understand that, when you truly understand that, and you put that with your dog, you will definitely come back and say, Twin, I asked the question when I asked you, I said, am I right? And you told me, yeah. Guess what? When I did it, I ain't got to ask that question no more.
It was right as rain.
You know what I'm saying? It's not even a question no more. Now he know. You know? Because that's exactly what he gonna see, ain't it?
Yep. But
And
only use it for the good ones, though. You know.
Yeah, you can't make her. You sure can't make a bum. And I mean, not even a decent dog, a great dog. Because the fact is you walking in there in that world where you get them A classes, bro, and it just you're not gonna beat them. You're just not gonna beat them.
I don't give a fuck how much juice you got, and he don't got to
I'm
drop
trying
in
to
them.
I'm trying to tell you that dog gonna get famous, and at least you can sit there and say, "Yeah, I lost to him." Ain't nothing wrong with saying you lost to
Yep.
him. You lost to
Hell
a great
no.
dog. I wish every
There's
dog
nothing
I
wrong
lost
with
to
losing
turned
to
out
a
to be a
fucking
great
great
dog.
dog, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any dog to beat me, I wanted to be a great dog because I could take it a little better that way. I lost to a great dog.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That's just how it
Like
goes.
when I lost to Red Jack or the Yachts with Red Jack, I mean, motherfucker went on to be a grand champion. Shit, I can't be mad at that. That motherfucker was the good shit. Motherfucker
That's
had
it.
5 times to prove he wasn't, and couldn't none of us do it.
Okay? And that's the truth. But
Hell yeah, I can't never be mad at that.
we're gonna take a swing though. That's just the way the game goes. It can't happen unless y'all both get in that box together.
Yep.
You know, and that's what made the game. That's what made the game. You know?
Yeah, that's what made it fun, you know?
Yeah. I mean, especially if I think our enjoyment was the fact that we didn't have a particular circle. Our circle was all the circles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We going to everybody's circle. We don't give a damn.
Yep.
We just didn't get stuck in that one area where competition is only the competition good as the competition is there. So that just said that you got the baddest dog there in that circle.
Yeah, and that's when you're supposed to go from the fucking regionals to the nationals. You
That's
feel
right.
me?
You go to the regionals to the nationals. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, that's how I did it. Shit, because I come from Hinesville
But
country, Bolio country. Both the Sorrells had dogs out here. Bobby Smith, like a lot of top shelf dogs to get past. But once I got past them, now let's see how I could do a state over. I'm still good. Let's go 2 states over. Oh man, that was easier than I thought. And just keep spreading out shit till motherfucker hand you your hat. Then I gotta go back there to get my hat back.
don't pick. Hey, we cannot forget though. We definitely cannot forget that when they do that, you know what I mean? They bring something to the table.
Yep. And if you
You
take
know,
your loss like a man, that's gonna make your yard better.
it makes it so much better. Ain't gonna
Yeah,
run
because
right
now
here,
you know
Law.
what you lacking.
He said, "What if it was a natural way to do it? All those things in or just as good as the roids. I think it's all in who's working the hound." Well, remember, y'all, we understand what the roids do. You can get maximum stress out your dog naturally.
Yeah.
That's obvious. But you don't. I mean, let's just be real, friend. You still don't have no enhancement.
Well,
See, I'm
this how I'll put it, OG. This so all the young homies and people who basically understand the car audio, they get it. Yeah, you can hook your subwoofers up to your main radio and they will come on and give you a little bit of the neighbors.
hold on. Try that one more time
So,
because you was breaking up. You was breaking up real bad. Your phone breaking
oh,
up
I
real
was
bad.
saying, yeah, I go back on the road. Can you hear me
Okay.
now?
Yeah, you
I
clear
was
now. Yeah.
saying, yeah, I look at it like this. You can hook your subwoofers up to your regular car stereo and they'll come on and you'll get some sound out of them. Yeah, a little bit of bass notes, real low. But if you put an amplifier on them, now you waking up your neighbors, and the juice is the amplifier to your subwoofers.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that.
Because I mean, you're gonna get this, but you're not gonna get the same thing. Basically what we're saying.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, the
You
subwoofers
won't.
will come on if they just hooked up to the regular factory radio. Yeah, and
Yeah.
they'll put a little bit more on there. But when you put that amplifier on there, now you got to fucking change your interior speakers out because they can't keep up.
That's it. You're gonna. That's the part he has to understand. But you see that one part says all those things are just as good as the roids. He could never be just as good as the roids when it comes to that part, conditioning. I don't.
Not
I mean,
be the better dog. That's the only way you get
yeah,
past it
that's
if
the
you the
only
better
way.
dog. Because if all
You gotta
things
be
is
better
even,
dog.
I'm gonna smoke you. That's if
Yeah,
we both got
period.
stock engines and I put nitrous on mine, I'm gonna beat your ass every time we fucking the light turn green. You never fucking keep up. Cause I got an
And,
enhancement which is nitrous.
and guys, I mean, that's the best way you can. I don't see why it continues to be a question or a debate. Because I mean, if you understand, we should not have a debate about that. There's just no debate to that. You know,
Yeah,
I mean,
it ain't
it's
hard.
literally
It ain't hard at
right.
all
Come
to
on,
understand.
right? It's banned in every sport for a reason. You cannot reason any other explanation under the fact that enhancement means enhancement, and any other sport is cheating.
Yep,
Why would it
can't
be
do it.
cheap if everybody can work just as hard and you think that they're gonna be just as in condition as a dog with enhancement? Then it shouldn't be illegal in any sport if that's what the case.
The
If
only
that was
sport
the
it was
case,
legal in was in the Pride Fighting Championship. It wasn't only legal, but it was encouraged. And
mm,
if you still don't get it, go watch when the UFC fighters from America start going over there to Japan to fight all the motherfuckers on the juice. All of them lost except Chuck Liddell. And we already know he was on the juice. So yeah,
okay.
you gotta be probably the only way you could really see it play out with everything being even, but one person on the juice and one not. Matter of
Here's
fact,
the
yeah,
thing.
Chuck, he got whooped on by Jeremy Horn over there.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking about it, everybody was on the juice over there in Pride. When them
So,
UFC fighters went over there, they was getting their ass whooped.
what about the dude, the dude that rode the bike, the one that had all them records? He had to give all his gold medals. What
Oh,
was his name? Lance Armstrong.
exactly.
Okay, he is the perfect example to a fact. Before they busted him on the roids, Lance Armstrong was one of the baddest bicyclists in the history of bicycling.
On 2 wheels. And that's everything even, except him on the juice and everybody else not.
Exactly.
That motherfucker was half a track ahead of them niggas.
And as it turned out, he was juicing. So you have to look at all his wins. You got to look at all his wins. We can't give him nothing pertaining to natural. You juicing the whole time. That's why they took all this shit. Because he was juicing and he was winning. If they had never caught him juicing, then he would have still been the greatest cyclist of all time. But he cheated. How did he cheat? He juiced. He was using performance enhancing drugs. You know what I'm saying? What was that? Remember, we had a baseball player. Who was that? What was his name? Barry Bonds. Will Barry Bonds ever get into the Baseball Hall of Fame? What do y'all think?
Unless he pay a couple of them motherfuckers who vote on that shit, probably not. Yeah, the HGH scandal.
Right, he won't, because the biggest problem he had is they noticed something. Okay, when you were hitting home runs, you was averaging 400. Now all of a sudden you done came in here looking a little bigger. Now you throwing shit out there in the parking lot.
Yeah, you fucking breaking car windows and shit, nigga.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, your helmet size is 2 sizes bigger now.
Look, they would not let that go. You know what I'm saying? They did not let that go. It showed too much of a difference in the way he was batting. Now all of a sudden he can hit everything.
Smacking it.
Which one, Mike?
If you fucking don't purge your nitrous shit, you can fuck around and blow up your engine. But we ain't talking about motherfuckers who don't know how to use the juice. If we go compare it to that, this is the advanced class. This is for people who do know how to use it and the juice they using. You know, like I use Winnie and Equipoise, where OG he used Winnie V and goddamn D-ball. You know, 2 different bottom sides, same results.
Yeah, man, shoot. When I was on the weight thing, I was using Debo, man. That Debo had me. I'm telling you, man, 2 weeks, I got up, man, took a piss. I looked down at him and grabbed my shit and was like, what in the fuck? That motherfucker did a hawk on me, everything. Then I walked in there and was like, I'm looking down there while I'm busy, like feeling pretty proud of myself. Then I walked over towards that mirror and like overnight, it was like, bam. It just, you wake up and your body looked totally different. Totally different. I mean, in 2 weeks, man, it just changed my whole body. It was like, just popped up like that. It just literally popped up. You know, you're putting in the work, you don't really see it, and then one day you just wake up and you get in front of that mirror and it's like, damn.
Motherfucker looking chunky in this bitch.
Is it Garcia? Hey, Mike said Garcia when he fought Haney compared to his last fight. Did you see how big he was?
Yep, big difference.
Did they catch him juicing, Mike? Right, he was smaller.
Yep.
Oh,
and
right.
he wasn't as strong.
He wasn't bulky, right? Okay. But they didn't catch him juicing though, did they?
Nope, not the last.
Not the
wasn't
last
on
one.
it. But the Haney fight, that nigga was on it.
The Haney fight, he was on
and
it. And they knew it, didn't they? Yeah, you can tell when you're on juice now. You can definitely tell when you're on juice. For real. When I was on it, you could tell I was on it. Remember Dr. Dre?
Yep, that motherfucker's
Dr.
running.
J
Buster
was on that
Rhymes too.
juice.
Yeah, so was Buster Rhymes. The motherfuckers
Buster
running
Rhymes
around
was
looking
on
like
that juice.
He-Man for a couple of years.
Timberland, yeah, Timberland was on
Yep.
that juice. Yeah,
Yep.
you know, 50 Cent on that juice. They know what they're doing. They want to get big. All of them get on that, you know, even Lil Wayne. Give me some of that stuff.
Hell
Let me
yeah.
get some pump up, man. Nigga couldn't keep his shirt on.
Yep.
turn around, he got his shirt off. Shit, yeah, you be looking good, dude. You know what I mean? That's what it do, though. You definitely gonna give you confidence now. It's gonna give you some confidence. But in this dog world, you know, putting an end cap on the conditioning as far as, you know, juicing and things like that. It's more important things to get to that point. There's so many other obstacles to get to that point. You know,
Yeah.
you got to first learn how to condition your dog before you start using roids.
Then understand the roids you got access to. And the
Exactly.
correct amount, the dosage, all of that, how to calculate it, all of that shit.
And how to feed that roid. You know, you got to
Yep.
feed them roids. Use a certain way. You got to feed them roids. Them roids
Exactly.
you know, you got to feed that shit.
Yeah, that shit's burn a lot of calories, man. So yeah.
Man. Yeah, I'm using muscle milk, creatine. I'm going straight carbo fuel. I'm doing all that. I'm
Yeah.
doing all that. My dog drinking shakes like me. Shit.
Exactly. The fucking
Okay.
insurers and shit.
Yep, you got to feed that stuff, man.
Hell yeah. I used to keep a case of the insurers when it was season, when it was dog season.
Man, I look, I'm fighting with my VA. You know, I got 10 boxes. Each one of them boxes got 60 insurers in them. Yeah. The VA be sending me these boxes and I have to drink all that shit. You know, because my weight, you know, I don't know. I'm losing weight because of what I eat. So they got me on this Ensure. I mean, I'm supposed to drink at least 2 or 3 of them a day. You know,
Yep. And it was just for your meal replacement.
right. Right now, I didn't got into that. You know, I'm being handled by my handlers right now. You know what I'm saying? I ain't taking none of this shit no more. I'm tired of it. I'm just sick of it. You know, really, I am. I mean, right now, I got my handlers scratching me. Cause I ain't scratching worth a damn. You know, I ain't trying to scratch. Y'all just take me in the corner. And y'all know when y'all turn me around, y'all let me go. I'm coming up out that bitch. But when it comes to me, you know, and me realizing, you know, what my situation, I feel better not taking all that shit. I really do. I feel so much. My mind is clear. I'm accepting whatever happened, let it happen. You know, I'm not out there trying to dig my own grave. But my life is better, even though I feel sick and tired all the time. You know, it's better than taking a bunch of goddamn pills. You know, you see them damn commercials where they be talking about, yeah, you do this and you do this for a person with heart failure. Okay, but then they come around there with the after effects. And you know, the after, the effects that what it do to you is longer than the longest thing in the commercial.
Hell yeah.
You
Man,
know what
called
I'm
irritable
saying?
bowel syndrome, hair loss,
I mean, all kind
inflammatory.
of shit. Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
like a whole
you
bunch of
know,
shit you didn't have.
okay.
Soft dick syndrome.
But that's how. But then that's what's going on when you mess with them roids. That's the same thing that be happening when you get done messing with them roids. You get on them roids and you come off ahead of time, and now you dealing with a dog that's can't keep with no testosterone. Because the body literally stops making its own testosterone once you put them on roids.
Yeah, that's why I kept the equipoise on deck though.
Right. Because if you take them off, you done messed up your key.
Hell yeah, nigga,
So
nuts be little,
you might as well pay
all
the
that.
forfeit.
You be having them
Mm,
Ron Jeremy nuts.
right. You might as well just pay the forfeit because your dog is not going to be right.
At
Because
all.
he has no testosterone. You done took him off. They done wore off. He have none.
Yeah,
None.
And he done ran through his reserve that, you know, the
Exactly.
windfall had for him. So, yeah, he going to be flat than a motherfucker.
Flat as hell. It's going to take him at least 2 to 3 weeks of your
Mm-hmm.
keep to even start making. And by then, it starts doing this mass production, and that's telling you going to run hot.
Then a motherfucker.
You going to run hot. Your dick going to be sticking out everything.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? He going to run hot, and his thing going to be hanging out. Come right out. But what the hell wrong with him? Because you cannot come off roid. You got to finish the cycle.
Yeah.
You have to finish the cycle.
Yep.
That's just for all you young ones to start out, and then you want to change your mind. When you change your mind, pay the forfeit, wait a couple months, and start over.
Hell
Because you
yeah.
got to build the dog's natural. You got to build his natural testosterone back up where he's making testosterone again.
Testosterone.
Testosterone. Y'all know, y'all better help me out here. Cause,
Yeah, I got your back. The motherfucker's going to be looking up testosterone. Like, what is that?
What am I saying? Am I calling it testosterone?
Yeah, instead of testosterone. But you old, you get a pass.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Testosterone.
there you go.
All right. All right, fellas, just remember that. That's number one warning. Don't start it if you're not going to do it. That's the worst thing you can do to your animal. And in them 2 weeks that you waiting for that production, watch how flat your dog be. He ain't gonna have no energy. He ain't gonna have no pace. Nothing.
Nah, he gonna be flat than a motherfucker, man.
Flat as hell. Yeah.
Yup.
Yeah.
He gonna be sluggish as fuck. Ain't gonna be
Yep.
eating all his food, just all the
Yep.
bad signs. You gonna think he's sick.
Yep. You're right.
But his gums ain't gonna be all gray and shit, so you know he ain't got worms or no fucking circulation
Right.
issue. Just that test
Yep.
is depleted. That's all.
Test is gone. Yeah, that test is depleted. It's not even there. The body stops making it.
Yep. And the synthetic ain't there, so you know
Yeah, you
that shit
speak
just
on it.
on empty. Hey, Johnny
That's why I
Rockets, hit me up on Instagram, bro. Game Dog Talk.
said, hey,
Yeah,
brother Steve,
that's a
if you
private
still out
question.
there,
Go ahead, OG. My bad.
are you straight, baby boy? Okay. MB for 5 said, I think roids is for better and quicker recovery. That's all. You recover faster and work longer. Yeah, I mean, it's a true statement. It really is a true statement. But at the same time,
Hey Ram, this is Mike.
What up, OG?
How long did it take you to master your keep?
Because we had a little bit of help, so especially from the mill maker in Desert Rat, because that's who we got the initial from. But it still took to get it down right and dialed into where we could take a fucking 52 down to fucking 40 and 41. About 2.5, almost 3 years just to get it right. But we had enough dogs to run practice keeps on, you know. So we'll run some practice keeps, like I do one, and then my kennel partner will do one, and then we'll roll them on each other. Like it was a real match just to see where we was at with the programming. But yeah, about the same amount of time it take to get an associate's degree. And that's with help. You feel me?
I mean, you said Desert Rat and the mill maker? Shit, y'all, man, come on, man. You got
That's
to
why it
read.
only took that long, though.
You better. That's because you were being hard headed, tweaking shit. Cause
Yeah.
how you gonna change something coming off a meal maker and Desert Rat, man?
Hey,
I'm
man,
doing
you know that young man bravado. You know how that shit be when you young and dumb.
Yeah.
Think you
Yeah,
know it all, don't know a motherfucking thing.
right, you gonna add your shit to that shit. Man,
Yeah, the
come on.
shit I've
That's
been
the only
doing.
way.
Like, nah,
Yep.
yeah. But once we got it all figured out, yeah, it was over for the game.
Yeah, you can't get better than Desert Rat and damn Meal Maker, bro.
Yeah, that's kind of cheating.
Yeah,
You
man.
people give you a test, but gave you the answer sheet too.
And we got some brothers that's some great conditioners, but Desert Rat and Meal Maker, man, them boys is.
Yeah, they
I
know how
think
to put one
boys,
in shape.
yeah,
Like,
I think they wrote the book. To be honest,
yeah, the
they
Meal
said,
Maker did for Max. He brought that to the game. And the cold
oh,
part, he had a weight pull part of the keep too that he didn't show. That's why I don't ever show my weight pull part of the keep to people. Because
well,
if he
you know,
didn't put it out, I ain't gonna put it out to the
well,
public.
I put the sled in there today. I did put the sled out there tonight.
And that's part of it too. You feel I'm sitting here, got the sled in my back seat right now.
Okay, okay. That sled is a bug. That's what you know what I mean. That sled does a lot. It
Especially if
really.
you could get him to run with the weight behind him.
Ooh, I'm trying to tell you, you better put enough weight, cause boy, he get too so strong, boy. That
Man,
mug
that
will
motherfucker will flip over. You be picking up the weight,
I said,
trying to
yes,
catch
sir.
that nigga.
That's what I told him. I told him that tonight. I said, you better put enough on there, cause they get out there to get so damn strong, that mug will go in the air, and when it come down, that mug gonna come down running on the side. That dog gonna be gone.
Yep. You're gonna have to catch him, then bring him back to the weights.
Yeah, you got to go drag that new weights, boy. I tell you.
Hell yeah. That's how you know it's working though. I get to the crib, I'm gonna put my little young pup up on his harness came in today, but I've been out of town. So I got some
Mm.
glow in the dark balls and shit. We gonna have a ball as soon as I get to the house.
Oh yeah, okay. I like that glow in the dark shit. That sounds like
Yeah,
something. Cause that be something new to them. They see that and they can see it in the dark too.
yeah. But it's not that
Mm.
just old bolio shit. So that shit be screaming and shit every time you see in the daytime another dog walking and all that. So I just real late at night and real early in the morning, I take them out and let him walk and shit, get his exercise in.
Hey, man. They be
Yeah.
sleeping on Tex-Mex though, man.
Why?
I don't know, man. I mean, I'm gonna do a show on him, man. Cause they don't know Tex-Mex a bad boy.
Hell yeah. With
Reverend
any
Tex-Mex,
dog, you know?
for real. I think they be really sleeping on him. You know?
Yeah.
And
Hell
man,
no. That
they
motherfucker
go to them old journals, boy. That man was out there. I'll
and
tell you
winning
that.
more than he lost.
He
Shit.
sure the hell was.
He ain't losing no whole bunch.
No, he
And
didn't.
the ones he did lose wasn't to no suckers either.
Yeah, I ran into some old Tex-Mex in some journals and was like, when I realized that was the dude, the same dude on the podcast, and I'm looking at it and sitting and was like, it don't look like people really know who he is. Because he really don't talk really much about his past dogs. Not to me. I really don't listen to everybody, but it was just that when I realized who he was, and then I go and I be seeing him in the old journals and shit. Man had a couple grand champions, couple champions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, I can't even see how y'all be riding Triple J, and he was nothing close to Tex Mex.
Oh, you mean
Nothing
Bubba
close.
Max?
Bubba Max, yeah, he was
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
his kennel name was
that's the big homie right there. I've been on
yeah,
cousins since I was
yeah,
in my 20s. Like, he always showed us love.
yeah.
Always.
That was his
Yeah.
name back in the day, Tex Mex.
Yeah, that's my motherfucker. Yeah, that's my dude, man. I fuck with him.
See, I don't even call him Bubba Mac. I call him Tex Mex. That was his name back then. That was what
Yeah.
he went under.
Well,
He was
I know him as
absolutely
Rodney. That's how I like, I could go to his house right now. Knock on the
yeah.
door. That motherfucker let me in, give me a room to sleep for the night. Like,
Okay,
that's a good dude.
and the other one was Mexican Dan. He was another one out there. It
Oh,
was like,
yeah.
oh my goodness.
Yep.
We talked about the Badline Club and the Cardenas, but them boys right there, they bounced back and forth over that border, boy. They was taking names, boy.
Yeah. Yeah. Old Mexican Dan, he used to have a tire shop out here, man. We used to go
Yeah,
roll dogs at. Yeah.
Man, I done seen matches. He even came in there with 4 dogs and walked out with 4 wins. Couple
Yep.
times.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of good unsung heroes, man, you know. That's why a lot of times, because since I've been out the game, I don't be knowing what they be doing, so I don't be wanting to bring them up.
Man,
You
they
feel me?
sleeping.
But
I seen J-Bo in there a couple times. See,
yeah,
J-Bo ain't no motherfucking player too, boy. He know how to get in there. Yeah,
J-Bo's so motherfucking cool though, and he ain't even
right.
don't even care about the glitz of the gram in the frame. But you
Mm-mm.
know, I'm like, nigga,
I said, oh, somebody must have, you know, J-Bo didn't report his match. Somebody I said, I bet you J-Bo didn't report his match.
hell no, somebody
I
that
bet
was there
you somebody
reported it
else.
for
I
him.
guarantee you. I guarantee you. Because he done been out there a lot that I know enough. I know
Yeah,
enough. I know that he did not report his shit.
he didn't even consider himself a breeder, and he been breeding his own dogs for at least 30 years. Nigga.
Yeah. Yeah.
You like, nah,
Now,
I ain't no breeder, man. Nah.
now the camp, we had some hell, they had some good dogs.
Yeah.
Who camping there? Yeah. The
That
boys had,
motherfuckers had some animals.
yeah. Uh, Crane Valley, them boys was pretty, they came in the game shocking us and shit. I'm
Yeah.
just naming some of them old kennels is out there where you at in that area there. And down in that Louisiana, you know, New Orleans and Mississippi, Alabama, boy, you know, I talk shit about them, you know what I mean? Because they was, you know, a little different than that city life, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know,
But they
the shark,
still had an eye for the dogs, you know.
yes, they did.
That's what make the
And they had
dog
great,
turn to a fraternity, you know, because the motherfuckers they got a good deep understanding of the dog. So, you know, you could be from the city or the fucking moon. If you're a dog, man, nigga, welcome.
right. That's right. That's right.
Hey, balls deep, you absolutely right, bro. That's why I told him just hit me up on the gram, because that's like a personal question. You feel me? Like, you know, I gotta ask you some questions and shit before I could just give you a dosage, you know, because it's gonna be totally different. I don't know what your keep gonna be, none of that. You feel me? So I really, you know, couldn't give you a correct answer. Could probably get you in the ballpark, but the juice, you gotta be right and exact. It ain't no ballparking. That'll be the difference between winning and losing, bro. Just one CC off. Too much or too little. You feel me?
Mm.
You gotta be right on the money with that shit, man. That shit is for real. That shit is like fentanyl, you know. Get it
Hey,
wrong and you out of here.
I'm checking out War Eagle talking about Harry Hargrove and his dogs and shit. Harry Hargrove, you got to. I'm gonna tell you like this. Harry Hargrove is like Andre Giroux, Ozzie Stevens.
Yeah, that's how I look at
You
him. I
know,
put him
he
up
up,
there, man. And
he
that
up
is
there.
team.
He
Yeah.
up there. Y'all don't ever think Harry Hargrove wasn't that man. He was up there.
Yep.
Up there. I'm gonna tell you, I put him ahead of Floyd Boudreaux in there.
Yeah, because he
I
was
put,
matching more into modern
hey,
times with his shit, you
yeah,
know?
I get that award to him and Ozzie Stevens.
Yeah, yeah,
They
because
was
they
matching
matched
their
damn
dog.
near up to the time of their deaths. You feel
Yes,
me?
they did. Yep. And so did Kenny Allen. Kenny Allen was one of them,
Yeah,
you know,
it was
who
a
was
died in the box. Okay,
he
too
wasn't
many of
no.
us say that.
They was bulldogging, man. They was real true bulldoggers. You
And
know,
that's the
we
difference between them and regular breeders. Like you get a dog from
right.
them, it might not be their best dog, but it could be your best dog. You feel me? Because they still using the dog. So of course they're not gonna sell you their best dog, but they're gonna sell you a good dog.
Yes,
And that's
sir.
the motto I live by. Like I wouldn't sell you my best dog, but I'll sell you your best dog.
Right. But them
It's
brothers,
still gonna be a good dog.
we got some brothers out there, unsung heroes. Let me tell you, there's a whole bunch of brothers that surpass. Look, they set the trend, and I can honestly say, you know, Captain America, 18, all them guys, they set the trend, but they opened the door and let them Latinos and them brothers in. And
Yeah,
once
I was
they
gonna say
got,
you can't leave out the essays, you know.
you got to bring
I
them
fuck
in,
with the essays real heavy. They're my
you know,
peoples,
and
especially with the dog.
that's why a lot of them started retiring, talking shit, walking out the door, but they started retiring because the game changed.
Yep.
They didn't have control no more. They let all that good blood get out there chasing that money. Now these boys then turned into monsters and shit. Ain't none of
Yep.
them safe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because the when the New Jack era came in, the New Jack was still getting the dogs and still sticking to the script that the people who we got the dogs from was sticking to when they first gotten the
Exactly.
dogs.
Exactly.
But we
Exactly.
wasn't selling them because it was so hard for us to get them in the first goddamn place. Once we got to the good dogs, like we keeping the breeding standards up high and we keeping everything.
Yeah.
And the ones who don't make it, you will never hear about because they get cold immediately out the program.
Exactly. And that's another point that I want to point out to the young guys about to pass. You know what I mean? A lot of those breedings that were literally going on back then that made those guys that we're talking about such great dog men was the transition between them having the dogs and their blood getting out.
Yep,
Because
because the initial part, like you could get good dogs, you know, because they were still the initial breeders were still sticking to the script. The supply didn't outweigh the demand yet, so they was like, okay, I'm gonna keep these dogs good because I'm able to sell them now. So yeah, they might not have been matching as much, but they was checking the shit out them dogs. Now, the
mm-hmm,
people who got them, the ones who were serious, kept up those standards. But to go back to the point we was talking about earlier, the people who wasn't sticking to them standards, that's why you start getting funky shit in the bloodlines. Now you get a fucking goddamn red boy dog that fucking can't wrestle. You know what the fuck is that? That's one of the
right.
hallmarks of a red boy dog is this motherfucker is goddamn Andre the Giant in this bitch, no matter how big he is. These niggas can wrestle real fucking good and they could bite. It
Mm-hmm,
wasn't the red dog or red boy dog didn't stop biting until I came home. I was like, what the fuck you mean a red dog or red boy dog can't bite? And sure enough, the modern day ones couldn't because they were just being bred so much, like with the Boomer Millie breeding, you know? They
mm-hmm,
did that shit 2 or 3 times because the first one was so good, you feel me? Did good. The second one, you know, every time they did it was good, but it wasn't the best, you know? It didn't warrant to keep doing that breeding and not selecting the right ones to get bred, you know, once you let them out. The fucking
right.
demand started outweighing the supply, so motherfucker just kept repeating it. And pups that you would have culled just off the bat if you seen funny signs because you know the blood, you started selling them. And people
I got
start breeding them dogs, and now you got red boy Jocko dogs who fucking don't bite the back end at all. These motherfuckers want to fight like they're a bolio dog. Like, nah.
right. Hey, I got one for Casino Like Prayer said, I don't even think Lance Armstrong ever got caught. I think he admitted it himself to clear his conscience, if I'm not mistaken. I
Yeah,
think
I don't know.
they actually they actually caught him. You know,
Yeah, I don't
and
remember how it came out, but I remember it coming out.
Yeah,
Hey,
they
I
had him
wasn't
in
even
a
mad though.
position.
I was like, good for him. Shit, you
yeah,
ain't if
they
you ain't
tried.
cheating, you ain't trying. God
He,
damn it.
you know, I guess he wound up telling on himself, but it was coming anyway.
Yeah.
It was coming anyway, and then he, you
So he
know,
just got ahead of the story.
well, he didn't really get ahead of it because the apology came right along. But because you know, he would never known that he was fixing to lose as much as he lost. Don't nobody, you don't do that long, and all of a sudden you want to clear your conscience. No, they was already on his ass about it. So yeah, they caught him. He just took that way out and went off into the sunset. But his ass was through.
Yeah, you could take the medals, but you can't take the money. The money is gone, motherfucker. That's already mine. Fuck out of here. You had
Yeah,
these funky ass medals back.
but I mean, he didn't got stripped, and you know now he's going down in history as a cheater. You know
But he
that's
also a millionaire, so I'm pretty sure he sleep good at night.
Well, I mean, money ain't everything, man. You know, because
I know, but for him,
you
he
know,
was doing it for the money too. In the
well,
fucking, he wasn't racing for free.
Burning Star said the blood test got him.
Was he blood doping or what? I heard a couple of different things, but I wasn't sure. It didn't matter to me. Shit, I
think he
think
was
fucking every sport should allow that shit, man. We'll go from good athletes to super athletes.
okay. I'm trying to go down.
It's like if a boxer get caught on the juice, I think the fight should be off, and then once your cycle over, y'all both get on the juice and start back for your next keep.
I like to learn how to get them come off of it and get to build the testosterone where I can breathe. You know what I'm saying? There's a way you come down off of it. You know.
Yeah,
Now I'm gonna
yeah,
have my boy.
yeah. I'll call you
Damn,
tomorrow and give
street
you the
life,
game,
street
OG.
life. You know,
Yeah, I'll call
you
you
break it
tomorrow
up.
and give you the
You break it
game.
up, Ram.
Yeah, I'm going through these mountains. I was saying I'll call you tomorrow and give you the game on that. We could probably record it on StreamYard or something. That way you could just have it.
Oh yeah, how to come off of it?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, okay. Cause yeah, I got my boy, street life. He one of them guys that be on. He know how to work that shit. He always told me. Matter of fact, when I was lifting, and I was going in between my cycles, I guess it was called Anabol. Anabol. He
Yeah.
had me on that Anabol, and
And the ball deep.
that was yeah. So I know that's one of those things. But for the young ones to, 'cause I think it'll work great in dog shows. I mean, why
Oh yeah,
ain't nobody
especially
testing the dogs in no competition?
no, or weight pull. You feel me?
Or wave pool, yeah,
Yeah.
or the wall. Damn dog run up that wall. He jump over the damn thing when he get up there. Shit, imagine
Fly
that
right
dog.
over that bitch.
Exactly. I mean, I just believe that why wouldn't you reward your dog for a confirmation or a treadmill race? I mean, it would only be it's not illegal, right?
And that's a good way to practice using it. So you
Yeah,
see got it all figured out if is good for what you was looking for, all of that, For me to always like Winstraw because it fucking had the least amount effects on the kidneys and shit like that.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah,
it was good for what, the pace, like you like to call it, is what we was using it for. It's good to help recover from that. Like telling
yeah.
you,
One
when you do it
one is
right,
water based, and the other one is oil.
exactly.
The water based it goes through quicker, but the oil hangs around a lot longer.
Yeah, exactly. But
But hey,
hanging around longer, doing a lot more damage too for longer. So you kind of gotta, the water base, you're gonna have to use more, especially if you're using it on a bigger dog. So you have to buy more, but it's worth it. Whereas the oil base, don't gotta use as much as often, but the damage. So, get on some vitamin K. That's all I'm
well,
saying. I would just drop that jewel right there and keep walking.
hey, hey, y'all boys, y'all look, War Eagle said, I knew a bulldogger that his key was straight vegetables. It didn't work well. I mean, you
I
could
was finna
tell
say.
he had to be new. Had to
Yeah.
be a newbie though.
Fucking dogs ain't vegans, motherfucker.
I
They got
mean,
four big sharp ass teeth in the front for a reason.
can you imagine somebody making their dog what you call it, a vegan?
Yeah, straight vegan.
That would be, come on now.
Yeah, that ain't even fair to the dog, man.
Man, I'll give my dog some vegetables instead of the quarter legs. They're gonna look at that shit and be like, "What is this? Where the food at?"
Yeah, I be having to fucking mix them in with the fucking quarter legs and shit and let it marinate together so it tastes like it. You feel me?
I mean, I tell you, I mean, vegetables is good. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, because they in my keep.
Right, I
Specific
use
ones,
collard.
yeah.
Yeah, I
But
use
just all
collard.
veggies, nah.
But no, dang it, that dog probably skinny as hell.
If it's skinny, look dehydrated as fuck.
Hey, but fellas, look here. We're gonna make this gonna call this night, y'all. I'm feeling a little tired.
Got me, baby boy.
Yeah, I got you right here. We're gonna finish up over this side because this looks like it might unplug over there.
Okay. Yeah. There you go, fellas. But what I was saying was,
Hey,
let's do some exploring.
over here
I want
now. Come over here. Can that mic see that up there? It's gone.
Yeah. Hold on, guys. Yeah, I want to get in and get the guys, where we can start looking at these things and get. I want more input from you guys out there, because I'm getting to the end of my wagon, and I like, everybody wants to go to these things, and I'm trying to give y'all all I can. You guys don't ask a lot of questions. And it seems like to me the questions ain't being asked because you guys got to get better control over your chat room. When guys feel like they can't ask with the fear of being scrutinized, you know what I'm saying? Our room ain't like everybody else's room. And I don't get a chance to read the chats, and keep up with them. But I see enough to know that we can't get that educational thing going in where, you know, we have better handle on the chat, guys. You know, y'all don't eat enough for me. You know what I'm saying? Y'all supposed to be sharks. You know, when people come in here and they don't belong, or when they come in here, y'all supposed to make that room, you know, where this would be one of the last places you want to come in and get foolish. We can't get nothing done. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody picking up on that. And this is not one of those, you know, reality TV podcasts where, you know, it's always got to be somebody talking shit about somebody.
All right, let's go.
You know what I mean? So I just want y'all to know that. I mean, I enjoy, you know, doing this because I never read the chats, but now I'm in this position here where, you know, I can't put up a lot. You know, I can't really put my shit on. I guess we're going to fix that where I can do that more often, you know, and we can get down to some serious business, you know, because I don't want to keep talking about the same old people in the same old dog when there's so much more. You know, I talk about Fat Bill's books. I mean, y'all should get these books. You know, there's a lot in those books. I mean, really, there's a lot of educational shit in those books. You know, old journals where you can get them, where you can find them. You know, for anybody out there that, you know, got the Book of Champions, that would be the best investment. I know Schoolboy had a few of them. The Book of Champions, you don't need a bunch of journals. Just find as many of those Book of Champions, you know, because that's like a study guide. It's not just something to just look at the dogs and the matches and, you know, and let your mind, you know, get up on that. You know what I'm saying? Because it is entertaining. It is good to just be able to study what these dogs have done. You know, we get so much credit on pedigrees today when, you know, I think the emphasis on pedigrees is being overrated. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm always checking a lot of pedigrees that don't, you know, relate to the work. You know what I'm saying? And if you're going to be breeding, stick to the work. You know, I mean, that's the key. It's not like you
follow the traits.
But stay as close as possible to the work. You know, you'll keep good dogs as far as the bloodline and the way you carry it, move it forward. You know,
Yeah, because you keeping performance in it. You know, you keep that performance up close.
But you're getting so close to the genetics of the dog that what makes it great. He can't hear me talking.
They can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you, OG.
You don't hear him?
No.
Turn your headphones up. No.
Go ahead, Ram. Say something.
Hey, man, thanks for having me up here and shit on this drive back to the pad, man. Appreciate y'all. Glad to see y'all still scratching, too. You feel me? It's always a pleasure.
Oh, man, it's always a pleasure for you to stop in and just get that shout out. Now you got to go over there and tell Roster Man and Schoolboy to slide their ass back over here.
Yeah. We try to all pull up on Friday. Y'all going on Friday?
Hey, man, I really appreciate that. We'll have some fun. I'm going to have some shit ready for y'all, too.
Yeah. I'll bring the gang through there Friday, man. Oh, yeah. It's a gangster party.
Oh, yeah. Let's give them that.
Stay less. I got you.
Appreciate you, brother, stopping by.
Hey, fellas, we giving them thumbs ups and roses and love, fellas.
All right, now give me the goddamn thumbs up. Thumbs up. Muscles. Now, give me some damn roses. Roses.
We need them damn roses. Come on now.
Show some love.
Big shout out to everybody who showed up there today in the chat room and all my fellas there in the back street.
I see MB45. Go ahead, fam.
We know the deal. MB45. Oh, 45. That's a good one, man. Thank you, man. Always throwing out there. Thank you, Johnny Rocket. What's up, fam?
I'll rock that outro like an old school rap duo.
Hey, fellas, I'm going to bounce up out of here, man. I think Mike going to go ahead and close this thing out. Hey, what I would like you guys to do, I'm going to do a 7-8 thing. You know, all questions, you get the email address, send those things and send those to my email, man, and I'll start sharing them, you know, in the show. Any topic you come up with, anything that you want to talk about, this goes for everybody in the chat room in the listening area. You know, it takes a group of us, fellas. Let's get some interaction going on, man. Let's get something where I ain't got to figure out what to talk about all the time. I want to talk about what y'all want to talk about. You know,
yeah, that do be making it fun sometimes. You know,
it do, man.
And it's more interactive, so hell yeah, because the people who ask the questions gonna actually show up. You feel me? So yeah, y'all don't be shy, man. Ask some questions. You got questions you want to ask? Don't nobody know everything. Shit.
Right. Y'all know this the dog pound, so you know, come on, you know how we is over here. This is the room of Jarhead. This the no shit room here. We don't take no shit. So we're gonna be straight and safe anyway. So
hell, hey, but the chat so gangster. It was a couple weeks ago. It was a motherfucker in here in the chat talking slick about boom. These motherfuckers so gangster. I'm lurking and shit, listening to the show while I'm at work, reading the chat and shit. And I'll pop them, bow, hit them with the 86K. And nobody in the chat say nothing. They just kept it business as usual. Wow, you know, when you were mine, you could see who timed who out and who blocked who and shit. Only one of them said, "Oh, he gone now. Carry on," or something slick like that. I was like, "Yeah, these motherfuckers shit remind me of the '90s when the cameras all around and you could just get off on a motherfucker when nobody tell on you."
Okay.
I was like, "Yeah, okay, I see you." I just thought that was some gangster shit. They just fucking went back to what they was talking about.
Okay.
Like, fuck that dude. Ain't nobody say, "Oh, Ram got him." None of that. You feel me?
Right.
I was like, bet.
Just keep it moving.
Yeah.
Hey, Cool Beans, I see you out there, fam. Cool Beans, Johnny Rockets.
Yeah, you know, Johnny, hit me up on IG, bro, and I answer that question. Hey, Balls Deep, it kind of fit along them same lines, though, of why I wouldn't answer it on here. You know, the guidelines be kind of funny when you're talking about illegal substances, and I don't want to blow up the OG's channel, you know, with no bullshit, especially on some shit like that. So, yeah, that's why even on our Patreon, we be real careful about when the juice come up, you know, because we ain't trying to promote it as this what you got to do and use it now. But them guidelines is a slippery slope, bro. But yeah, you can hit me up on there too. I'll give you a game too. It ain't like I'm hiding it. I ain't got no speed secrets other than my keep. You feel me? I don't even use that shit no more, but still.
Well, yeah, so it's good to talk about back, you know, when it comes to the you know, the education.
Yeah, historical context, but yeah, the kind of questions they kind of ask, it could be taken as we talking about right now, because the information I would need would have to pertain to something that you got right now. Because it's not the same way you get on, it's not no one-off, one size fits all. The same way you get off is the same way. That's why I ain't want to answer the question, you know, on the live Balls Deep.
It's all good, fellas.
Yeah, you just kind of got to be careful on these YouTube legality streets. They be tripping.
Yeah. But as long as you keep it historically speaking, it's a part of the educational upmaking.
Yeah, but the answer to those two questions, it would take it out of historical context because I would need information for right now. Right. Even if it was just an example, you know, it would still be for something that's an example of right now.
You're not following disclaimer when you do that. You gotta stick to
Yeah, you done kicked the disclaimer in the ass and told him get on.
right. You gotta stay within the parameters of the disclaimer. It's very, very, very important. We can talk about
That's why you're able to get retired dog man to come up and talk about the past and the past only. You just got to keep it in the past.
right. Get on the bus. That's why you're safe on the bus.
Yep.
They got money.
You're safe. The driver don't drink and drive. None of that.
Hey, fellas, I love y'all, man.
Yeah. Cool beans. Fam. What up, fam?
I see you said those cool beans.
Shout out in. Yeah. All right, fellas, I'm gonna try to get this all-star team together for a little. I'm gonna call it
Yeah, hell
Friday
yeah.
night hangout.
Bet.
You know, I can't call it a cookout because shit, everybody cooking out nowadays. Food ain't shit. But
motherfucker can't even cook.
you know what I mean? Right. You know, we need to call it something else.
Yeah.
When you got the big boys in the house.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit them up. Well, yeah, it's late now. God damn, this shit went by quick, nigga.
Yeah. Ram, get up with my brother. I will do follow-up calls because you know my brother Bakari called me. You know,
Yeah.
You know, good to see you fellas still doing what you're doing. You know, just want y'all to know we ain't never forgot about you. It's y'all the reason we do what we do. And again, we look to be on your level one day. Until then,
Already there, shit.
We still at it, baby. Not yet. We ain't went. Look, we ain't did no memberships. We ain't went private yet. You know, we ain't done none of that shit. So you know,
because y'all playing shit. People will support the shit, bro. Like motherfuckers really support y'all. You feel me?
Yeah.
Before that, we wouldn't have known y'all who the first champ of Mayday was.
We never looked to do it this kind of way. You know what I'm saying? Actually,
yeah, I didn't either. But once it's here, you know, you gotta accept that shit. You feel me? Yeah. I came on YouTube with my real name just because I was fucking tired of people following me around from the rap shit. You feel me?
Right.
I wanted to talk boxing and shit on YouTube. Okay, I wasn't expecting none of this. I had to hurry up and take my name off this bitch.
Well,
so yeah, it wasn't expected, but it's respected. You feel me?
Yeah, that's why I respect for everybody who does this shit and put the time that I see people putting in time to do shorts on. You know, it takes time to do that shit, man. And I can really say that because I don't have time to do the things that would make this channel better, but show up. And half the time, Mo don't even know what we're gonna be talking about. You know what I'm saying? But I know he knows so much about it. It's not too much he can't talk about. Because Mo gonna
hey, but what you should do is after the show, make a post that tell the people you want to ask questions for Friday, put them in here, and then that way Thursday you could go down the list, boop boop boop, and pick the questions you want to ask. And make sure they keep them in historical context too, please.
Here's my problem with Mo though, man. Because you know, our Kennel, we all had a certain job, right?
Yeah.
You know, so now we still stick to the same thing. Like Mo just expects me to do certain things. You know what I'm saying? He really do. He's not going to give up the extra effects because you know I'll tell him on the minute, man. You need to give me some shit to work with so I can put some shit together. You know, I got to get him back into that kind of mode. You know what I'm saying? Because you hear him keep making them little slick ass comments trying to throw me on the bus. Yeah, he gonna figure out something to get us back to what we was used to doing. You hear that slide in there, right? You know,
just Mike Carter straight for nothing.
right.
He wasn't even in the fight.
I wasn't even in the damn fight. You know what I'm saying? But
you wasn't even watching the fight. You were looking at something else and caught one.
yeah, like I ain't hear that slick ass shit. But that's okay. I caught it. You know, now I'm throwing it back because you know I'm trying to. If I get my fellas back over here, that'll give the enthusiasm that is needed. Because when you got that much knowledge in the room, you can't do nothing but basically actually have fun and learn something. Because we don't have that to bicker about. We ain't doing nothing but talk about the same things we always talk about, and that's what these channels is for. So I want y'all to come.
It ain't no egos involved.
No,
but we all did it at a high level.
Right. And
So
that's
there's
the
no
thing.
need to have an ego. This ain't no dick measuring contest. These niggas had hella champions. He had hella champions. He had hella champions. I damn sure did. Welcome to the game. That sounds like a set to me. So it ain't even no need to be beefing or egotistical over that shit. None. And we all did it different ways.
Different ways in different places.
Yep. And got
You
the
know,
same results
you
at
got the
the
same
end.
results in the end. So damn it, that for me says enough. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
There ain't even no need for no ego to get in the way.
That,
That's when you get to the fun at.
well,
That,
that's what I
you
want
got
to
a bunch of professionals talking to other professionals, and y'all privy to hear edited version of the conversations we have off a line.
yeah, because again, y'all been out here long enough. Everybody probably hear your stories, but the one thing that got us off and running is when we had all y'all in the house together.
Yep.
That was one of the things that just rocketed our show because we were able to hang out and have something to talk about with these guys. And y'all know these guys. That's 7, 8, and dog talk. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
They're the fellas right there. You know what I mean? So much love, much respect to y'all for that.
And
Never
that's
forgot
crazy
that.
though, cause I knew you before I knew who you was in the dogs, and I seen your dogs before I knew who you was in the dogs.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
that's
like
what's
I
funny
met
when
you
you
when I was a kid. You feel
right.
me?
That's what it makes it so funny when you just think about how long ago that really was.
That shit
You
was
know,
so long ago. HD though, I remember it, and it's not in HD.
exactly. You know what I'm saying? I think we were still rocking CDs back then.
Like a motherfucker.
Yeah, we were still boosting CDs and shit.
Hell yeah, had a
I
booklet
know.
full of CDs, a glove box full of CDs. Yeah.
Oh no. So yeah, that's the thing that I laugh because this game has brought me all the way around and then back again and to run into people I was like, damn man, you know how long that has been? And then to see you out there seeing some of our shit at work and to know that
Yeah,
we
and I didn't even know it was y'all shit or you the same dude. I met
right.
while I was walking the party with my Italians.
So yeah, all that is just some great memories, man. Because there's a lot of years, to fall in between, and we were able to accomplish a lot, and I
And
think that's
make
what's
it to
important.
talk about it. A lot of people died, man. You
Hey,
feel me? So just to be able to make it to this point in time and had a wherewithal to remember that shit, that's a
and,
plus.
and and then to have something to talk about, literally have something to talk about, because that's the thing for me. When you have something to talk about, and you cannot just talk about it, I could show you. I
Yeah.
could show you better than I could tell you.
Yep.
It is. You guys aren't up for questioning. One of the top dog channels, since I've been in the game.
I appreciate that,
So
man.
of course, my hat's always gonna have you guys at number one. And I don't see nobody at no time soon trying to bring you down. If anything, they need to be stepping their game up and try to be like you. Because y'all don't have
Or
to be
be
okay.
don't even try to be better. Shit.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
I'm still trying to be like you because I ain't even got memberships and shit out yet. I can't even take. I can't even run over to Patreon because for what? We over here giving it all the way free. So you know what I
All you
mean?
gotta do is just do it though,
Yeah.
Like you could make this one we just did today a members only one and just set your membership at like $5.
I think I do all that when I get serious enough to, and not serious enough, but actually have the time to put into it to where I can like produce my videos, my show like I used to produce our music. I don't handle this. I handle putting this thing together in the beginning, but I never did anything to change it up because
Yeah.
I wasn't never trying to do this on the level that everybody else is doing this. Let me just
Yeah.
keep talking and let's just bring the real and let the real get us through this. But Mo's getting tired of that, so
But no, man, that's all bread and butter,
yeah,
So don't never get rid of that. That's why the people still come for
yeah,
that raw, that uncut, that fish scale. You
yeah.
gonna tell you how y'all did it? If a motherfucker say something crazy, you gonna tell him why he said something crazy with respect, though. You know.
Share it. I mean, we
Yeah,
all
this
up
ain't
in
the
here.
get along gang over here. This gang.
Gang right over here.
Yeah. So don't never change that. Don't never go away from that, OG.
Well, I appreciate that, bro, because I'm always open for advice, especially coming from y'all. And I look forward to it if you will holler at my brothers, because I will just follow up right behind you. And again, big shout out to my big brother. And I always call him my big brother, even though I might be older, but he's my big brother on this podcast shit. And that's 7-8. Because without him, I probably would have never got this shit started. So
yeah, it was rough at first. You feel me? Yeah. It was all kind of niggas and all kind of shit at first when it was just me and 7-8. Shit was wild west out this bitch. Like, wait a minute. Yeah. I'm a stepper where I'm from. Who the fuck you talking to? Yeah. That's just fucking online though, man. That's that's why I just laugh at it. Now I don't even get mad no more. Like, whatever. You niggas ain't serious.
Well, that's why I'm always like one of them. I will always tell you we learn from the people that was, you got to give you a big shout out to the people who
took the hits.
Right. And actually who took the time to even teach us the game the way they taught us. Because like I said, we didn't come in this game knowing everything. You got to respect the people who taught you and helped you to the game. I feel the same way about this podcast because we're still doing the same thing. I reached out to some brothers that I knew. They said, don't worry about it. Go ahead, put it together. You get out there. We'll help you out. My brothers did just that. We into this going on 3 years now, fellas. So big shout out.
Time
fly like hell. It seemed like it was just yesterday. But I got big hopes for the community. As you see, we are stepping out there into what they call the new way of doing things and trying to be a part of that. And in the process of trying to be a part of that, we want you guys to be a part of what we're trying to do. And being a part of that is get out there, put some work in, and show up at some of these dog shows. Put in some work. And nothing like having a dog that you put together just out there winning. Don't care how you win. Just get out there and just
Hey, and that was the second part I forgot to mention about, when y'all asked about my keep and how long it took. We would use the keeps too to go to the shows and show the dogs with too, Like this, okay, we tried this keep this way. Mm-hmm. Now we're gonna go to the dogs. I got a bunch of dog show trophies too. Like showing dogs is actually fun, man. There's no shame in that. You can have a good looking dog that's still a fucking bulldog.
Here's the thing before I get out of here, and I tell you it's funny as hell. I seen a picture, somebody took a clip from the dog show of the black dog standing there while the red dog was doing all the barking. But in true reality, that black dog had been on everybody's ass the whole day. Now, I really believe, again, if the dog had been in like game shape, like how we used to get him in shape, right? He would have had about a good 2-3 hours in him of that barking and constantly because he wasn't really doing nothing physical, but he, his aggression level was up there.
Yeah.
After a while, if you ain't biting nothing, you get turned off by that shit. You know what I mean? Guarantee if that motherfucking red dog had got any closer, that black dog would have went nuts.
Yeah, I ain't see that, but I will say some dogs know when they could get them and when they can't. Like I used to use the mirror trick to get my dog to run fast, and once my dog started realizing that was him in the mirror, he stopped trying to charge the motherfucker.
Right.
That's fucking asinine. Like I never get to that shit. That's me. You feel me?
Exactly.
Or some dogs, but some dogs just go all day. So I couldn't measure that as a level of gameness or nothing. That wouldn't be fair to the dog.
Right. See,
especially if you raise I used to raise my dogs from school until the professionals. If we made it that far with them in the box, so every time they see the box, they get to be their natural self. But outside the box, you be this trained dog I trained you to be. Right. That means fucking you ain't turned up in public. Just same way I raised my kids. Don't embarrass me in public. Same way I was raised. Yeah, don't fucking act the fool. Don't be shitting all over the place in the house. Nothing like just the basics that you would if you train a dog. If you had a bully.
Right.
So my dogs, except the young polio shit I got, They don't fucking trip on each other. None of that. Like I'll be here Friday at the crib, or I'll be there Friday. I'm almost home now. But I'll be at the crib and my yard be quiet as fuck at night because they don't crank up on each other. That's one thing I kept once I retired. Like, yeah, I ain't using these dogs for what I used to, but motherfucker, you still gonna get the same training. Like, so don't turn up on each other, none of that. Now when I go out there with the spring pole or the goddamn the jolly ball or something like that, yeah, they get excited because they know it's time to work. And that's the equivalent of me when I used to school in the box. Instead of the box now as a tool, I just bring whatever work toys as a tool. Now you could be yourself, but only on this.
Right. Well, that's one of the reasons.
Shut up. Go ahead.
That's one of the reasons I bought this up because I see it and how people took that and how they use it. But I'm gonna put it like this: if you have ever been to a dog show, and if you haven't been to a dog show, these are things that you should be able to do. Because what would your reaction be if you was the person who had the black dog? See, the only way you'll know how to handle situations like that is you have to participate. Because there wasn't nothing that black dog did that had shocked me. I think if y'all had seen,
like, did he turn away or look at the dog?
No, he stood right there and held his ground. Right
to me, it sounded like more likely than not, he just knew I ain't been able to get at none of these niggas all day, so I'm done trying.
And believe me, it was the end of the day, and at that point, but again, they didn't show the video because the red dog actually got close enough and got his ass fired back up. But because he got close enough, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's why Mo started hollering, y'all letting them dogs get too close and neither one of y'all got breaking sticks. You know what I'm saying? But don't let your eyes deceive you. That's why it pays to participate. Because that could have been you standing there with your dog, and that dog been in there just all hyped up all day long, in and out of the ring, can't get hold of nothing, acting like a bulldog, and at some point he gets to that point. I seen that happen a couple of times that day, but it had been a cold day, but then they had been out there all day. So I just feel like, hey, it's easy to talk shit when you ain't doing shit. Let me see how you do when you stop talking and start doing. A lot of these things that you see that you was talking shit about, like that video, you wouldn't even talk shit about it, because once it start happening to you, you'll notice you ain't the only one. They all will do it. If you ain't putting your mouth on it, you ain't doing shit. You just stand up there talking, beating your ass over here, I'm gonna bust your ass type of dogs.
If you keep the cowhide away from the dog too long, he'll lose interest in it. And that's it when you working them. It might take longer for him to lose interest, but eventually, if you don't let him get it, fuck that. Doing all this work for no reward.
Right. He gonna stand there and we waiting for you to give it to him. He ain't gonna even stop and look at you like, shit, I ain't chasing, just give it here. And you think you
I will get this tidbit though. If dude who ever had the dog who didn't, you say the black dog didn't try to get to her or whatever, you could give him some hide or something to keep him cranked up if that's what you want to do all day in between, the classes. So if you fucking go in the third class, then you'll know, you ain't gonna go again until they about to call for best in show of this class.
But at that time, I pretty much already knew how that situation was. But I just think,
but you're an experienced dog man, though. Right. You ain't no new.
It's easy to sit there and interpret something when you're looking at it based on you didn't see the whole thing. See, your whole attitude about that black dog would have changed if you had seen that black dog earlier. And just that little couple seconds of just saying should determine, and it gives people.
Was it at a confirmation show?
Yeah.
Oh. That shit don't. I'm thinking he talking about a match, nigga.
look. I'm just saying. I mean, this is how they was.
You talking about like we got two dogs just at a match for to go, like with they went shit.
No, this is at a confirmation show at the end. Where the red dog, to me, he was a good dog too. Again, I can't remember the dude who got that game breaker. I believe he got a nice ass dog though. I just thought he was.
That shit don't. I mean,
But we
cool
had
if you like your dog turned up like that, I
oh, yeah.
guess. But again, my dogs don't get to do that in public, man. I don't like that
I'm
shit. That
thinking,
give a bad light to the dogs, man.
I seen a couple of them out there. It was a lot of them out there that, you know, they act like they supposed to be acting. You know, you out there around
Yeah.
bulldogs. You're not bulldogs supposed to be acting, but
Oh no, that's the trainer in me too, though.
yeah.
But you get it too, cause y'all niggas train dogs on a different level too. So,
But the thing is, we don't train bulldogs, so unless like it's the one in
well,
the house.
yeah, but just the basic understanding of how
Just
training
understand,
works.
right?
That
Yeah,
just
yeah.
me. I don't like that shit because I know how to fucking make them not do that shit. So
Right.
I appreciate it when they act how they act. Yeah, that's how they supposed to. But if I can't train it out of you, you still ain't gonna get to do it. I don't want to be the motherfucker in the neighborhood with the wild ass pit bull screaming the whole shit down. That ain't cool. That's not helping the dogs look good in public at all.
See, I'm trying to get rid of the myth. And now that I see you guys, if you start going to these confirmation shows, you're going to start learning a lot of things that you're not going to be, you know, that's going to be new to you. Like, it wasn't new for me to see what the black dog did because I seen other dogs doing it. But I also looked at how these same dogs were acting in the early part of the day.
What made me think it was that a match was because you kept saying like the other was firing off on them, but the people had a problem with it. I'm like, you got to be talking about a match then, because you can't have a problem if that's a show. Like,
that's what I'm
saying. Between the show dog and the go dog, everybody don't got these dogs for the go.
That's what I'm saying, man. How you can't just take a little episode like that and then let that, you know, give you.
But I'm saying, you say if I was to see it right now, I would still think that though. You know, like it might just be a dude who want to show his dogs and don't want no crazy ass dog turned up. He probably don't give a fuck about none of that.
Don't get me wrong, Ram. This black dog I'm talking about, shit, he was after everything there. But I'm talking, this was an all-day process.
Yeah, trust me, I know. I didn't judge dog shows. You get there early before everybody and leave when everybody gone.
Man, and you can imagine every time a dog turn the corner, what he's doing. He is going after something. You know, so
yeah, but after a while though, if he don't get it, I mean, he gonna be like, either nigga, you gonna come to me now since I can't get to you.
Only way you ever gonna experience that is you got to be there, right?
Yep.
I've seen somebody really starting to give up on their dog because their dog did that. And I said, this dog been hot all night, all day.
Yeah, nah.
Right back in the ring, and now she's not acting that way because she ain't hit shit. She's just looking like, now I'm just going to just stand here. Now he's ready to get rid of the dog.
Nah, that's not a good indication of you got a curve.
Exactly. But I turned around and told him, bring that other dog a little bit closer and watch how your dog gonna act. His dog went to acting crazy, and I said, now if we was in a show situation, you need to have that dog cranked up before you walk in here.
Yep.
Don't wait till you get here to realize it. You should have seen that when you started walking this way, and she been acting crazy all day, but all of a sudden now she's walking up here like she got some sense.
But that's where the experience come in, and you get the wisdom of understanding.
That's why
to know, okay, this dog wasn't able to get. It's no different than when I train my shepherds on the decoy toy. If I don't let them get it, they will. Them smart motherfuckers will lose interest completely.
Yes, sir.
So you gotta give it to him. If motherfucker ain't been able to put his teeth on nothing all day, that's why I say I usually take a piece of cowhide for them, and they stay like that. For the ones that I do got that's turned up like that, you gotta give them something.
This is why I also noticed too that in this show game, it pays for your dog to be in condition, because he might find himself going through them same things that them other dogs was going through. And if they had enough conditioning on them, it wouldn't have been like that.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why when I judge them off if we was really going, you know. Right. I know a one who looked like who really going versus one who just you done fed him down.
Right. Or he just ain't got that fire. You know, I've seen some that just don't have that fire. You know, they good looking dogs, but they didn't have that fire. And then you got the ones that got that fire, but if they didn't have been in better shape, they would have still had that fire later on that evening.
Yeah, they would stand out.
That's right. They wouldn't need no help. Like that red dog, the only reason he didn't win because we felt like he was pulled down too low. This is a confirmation show. That dog don't need to be that tight. You know what I'm saying? But as far as that get up and go that he had, you know that dog been conditioned. Because he was able to do that all day long. Yeah. He was able to do that all day long. And just like Casino's big boy, he had a big boy out there, but they were conditioned dogs. So you can tell the difference. Even though the black dog he was beautifully conditioned, but you know, he wasn't conditioned like we conditioned.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's why he didn't have that spunk in him. You know, it took him to get a little close. And you know how we feel about it takes you when I got to take something to fire your ass up. That means your mind ain't on what you're supposed to have your mind on. You know, as a trainer, you know that. And as a handler, I know that.
Yep. But again, no, we can't play those fucking circumstances on the show dog. Like
exactly.
This is
that's what I'm saying. Yes.
Like, is we gonna keep it legal or is we fucking keeping it old school and looking at them afterwards? What the fuck?
This is why I press.
Can't be both. Like you gotta pick a side.
Now that's why stop talking shit about that type of shit. Get your ass out there, put one to work, show up at a confirmation show and put in your bid and see what your dog do. Because that's the only time that I feel like you have any right to talk about what anybody doing. At least they doing something.
That's putting the breed in a better light, you know?
And I'm looking to put the breed in a better light and stop talking shit about it and get out there and play your part. Stop talking shit.
It can't be both, man. That ain't fair to the breed.
Don't be surprised if
the show guys to the same standards.
Right. They're not the same.
My dog wouldn't do that. But again, I'm not a show dog guy by nature. You feel me? I was a handler and conditioner, so yeah.
Of course, we're not gonna have dogs getting tired doing that.
Yeah, but if you just a show dog guy, a show dog guy. I can't put the gangster rules on you. That's not fair.
It's not fair. But come on now, if you was putting together a show dog, right? Tell me what you would do different when it comes to getting him ready. But you already told me that already, so you don't even have to answer that. Because you just how you tested your keep in the first place.
Yep.
So this is the point I'm trying to make. We understand what conditioning does. Your purpose can still be this different, but the conditioning is always going to be the same. It's things you don't have to do the things that we did to our dogs as far as getting prepared for battle, because we're going to be in physical battles. That's the past. That's the past. We need wind to get down. And we don't know how long we're going to be out here, but guess what? I learned about that show shit. You don't know how long you're going to have to be showing that dog as long as that competition is going on. And you might be in the time to take your dog out there for best in show competition, and your dog is stale as fuck.
Yep. Or you didn't fucking gave him some water or something. Now he too fucking fat. Yeah. So that show game is a different beat.
It's a different beat under the same circumstances. You fuck up.
Yep.
One little thing, and it could cost you the whole show. So that's what I determined based on my experience of actually judging one, and I put that forward to anybody and everybody else. And I see everybody talking shit about this other shit. When I see that other shit going on, I feel like, well, maybe y'all need to go ahead and find yourself in a dog show, and then you'll see exactly what I'm saying. Because first of all, you got to put yourself in a position to be able to even say that you was in a dog show and my dog did that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Then you can tell us, you explain to us why your dog did that and how your dog acted the whole day. But if you ain't never done it, then it's easy for you to talk about back and point your finger at what somebody else's dog. What you see is a quick, maybe 15 seconds or something, and make an opinion. Because there's a whole lot of dogs I've seen that was hyper as hell back at the beginning of the day, but you go in and out of that ring as much as them dogs was being around each other and trying to show that hyper vigor, that meanness, that attitude. Only certain ones could last a whole day of doing that shit. And you see them falling off.
Yeah. Especially, you can't. That's my whole thing. Like that ain't fair to the show dog people. We don't know if that whoever the black dog owner was a seasoned dog man, a nouveau dog man, or just the show dog guy. Like it's kind of not fair. Yeah, see, like
but he had
show
a good
dog guy
dog.
he don't got to play by them same rules,
That's right. You don't have to play by them same rules. But I guess
and if he breed the dogs, the serious dog men don't got to buy them.
Right, but he learned something also.
Yeah,
you got to do more than just look good.
Yeah, you got to act good too.
You got to act good at all times.
But again, no, he wouldn't have known. He's not a dog man. He's a show guy. He can't.
I know his mentor. He put it like that. I know his mentor, and being that we was there, and he didn't really know who we was, and we are his mentor's mentor. It was kind of like he caught that at the end because I made a comment about that to him. He looked good, but I know the reason he's acting like that because he's worn out.
Yeah. Like I'm big homie.
Yeah. If he had no wind in him, he could have kept doing that the rest of the night because it ain't like he was doing much physical. That barking and rearing up take a lot out of you, but shit. As long as you see a dog, you're supposed to have that fire. I wouldn't give a damn. But it's all about being in the right shape. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm trying to bring up. Don't just show up to show up. Show up to show out. Be in the best shape that you can possibly be because conditioning is always going to have some type of purpose, in what you're doing with these dogs, if you're using these dogs for a purpose, whether it's hog hunting, running the treadmill, or just showing them off. You want to bring the best animal to represent who you are and your work. And that's why I'm going to leave it at tonight. Yeah. Appreciate you coming out tonight, Ram. Appreciate everybody.
Already, man. Thanks for having me.
Again, we look to see y'all Friday. Hopefully I can have the dream team up here and we're going to really have some fun. And I haven't figured out what I'm going to call it though, but it ain't going to be a cookout. Might be a powwow. You know what I'm saying? But in any case, a smoke out. It's good. That's a damn good one too. We're going to have a smoke out. So I'm going to have
I usually come up with damn good ones.
Yeah, thanks, Ram. That's what you do. But look, fellas, appreciate it all coming out. Y'all see y'all Friday. Stay safe and keep bulldogging. When I say keep bulldogging, I mean regardless of how many times you fall, regardless of how many times you fall, regardless of how much you think you know, and regardless of how much you don't know, when in this game right here and what this community needs to understand, it's not about how many times you fall. It's about how many times you're going to keep getting up. Because
and trying to continue that scratch.
You got to keep scratching. I mean, because we always, and I'm telling you, we always scratch to win. Y'all better act like y'all know. And
you better ask two people.
Man, look here. That should be a motto. I mean, I don't see why it shouldn't have been the law. Let no damn cur walk out of here with my damn money. Got me bent.
All the way out of shape.
Got me all the way out of shape. This cur ass didn't even make the cur just scratch. And all this piece of shit I had to do was just make it over there. Nah, we got two damn curs. Hell no.
Right to the cur pile.
Right to the cur pile. No, we were never gonna have that situation happen because we gonna always have to scratch. Shit, I don't give a damn if we win or not. Thing is, we ain't gonna walk out of here with no damn win with a motherfucking cur.
No, not at all. Yeah. I'll walk out with the money, but in the collar and the leash.
I wouldn't even want to do them that way. That's why we always scratch to win.
Exactly.
Always let them know we can do it. We can flip for it because that's your other chance to get your money back.
Yup.
You know,
Fucking break even. God
Break
damn it. I don't scratch and you fucking happy I didn't.
Yeah.
Don't nobody win.
Come on, how many stories we done heard about that, man?
Too many?
Too many. And then they walk out of here with that ass motherfucker and then talk about he's supposed to be the all world. Yeah, he didn't make
Had stud and got pups and shit.
right. I seen that motherfucker quit. Stood in line on the courtesy scratch.
Yup. There's more famous dogs than not that they did that bullshit.
Yeah, man. Come on now. We know we know. You know, you done seen it, I done seen it.
Yep.
That's why, we get so stuck on that scratch to win shit, cause I'll be damned if I could see that me doing somebody like that. No, that's not cool. But yeah, fellas, stick to the game plan.
Hell yeah.
Give you the format. We're gonna give you the playbook. Don't forget, Schoolboy. Don't forget, Fat Bill. Who else? Who else got books out here, man? There's books out here everywhere.
Hell yeah, man. If you can find a copy of The Complete Game Dog by Ed Farron, get that. That's a beast.
And I gotta give a big shout out, even though we might not get along, but I gotta respect my man Bug City. Don't forget the APBT magazine, because
volume 3 out now on Amazon. Get it
on Amazon. Look, I can't hate on a man when he putting in work. I ain't never gotta like him as a person, but we always gonna be friends. So big shout out to you. What the Helly TV, aka Bug City.
What the Helly? Cracking
you don't
is
have
cracking.
to come over here and advertise your book. I'll help you. So, if you haven't got the magazine, at least go check out the magazine, because
it's a dope magazine too, though. No
well put together magazine.
Yeah.
I can't hate. I'm not trying to hate. I'm just telling you. Support everybody who's putting that work out there. Schoolboy's selling his book. Fat Bill has his book out there.
Rasta Man to drop his book too. He almost finished with it.
Rasta Man would be a great book. Definitely got to have that in the collection. Then I got everybody else's. You know what I mean? And big shout out again. I say got to get that APBT magazine a shot. And if once you get why not get all three? Shit, I think they $25.
Yeah.
Come on now. That's 3 damn books. And fair book is costing how much now? Over $100 plus dollars, and not $200.
Yeah, I seen it for $200 on eBay.
Remember, back in the day, we were buying them books for $75 and $85, man.
On 50 on the holiday sales, they was like $50.
$50 with the shipping.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So yeah, take advantage of these books, man, because again, I tell you, there's nothing like having a piece of history. Better to read it for yourself than to let somebody tell you. Until Friday, we look to see y'all then to show up and show out. Ram, much love, bro. I'll see you Friday.
Already, OG. Hell yeah.
And I'm going to leave it like that. Y'all just rock out with me. Peace!
Deuces.